Shaggy too, though. And I'm the other guy. And we want you to remember where to go for the greatest podcast right on Carnival Spirits. It's a YouTube channel, and you'll get right to it.
Hello, creeps. It's me, John Kassir, the voice of the Crypt Keeper. Sending a shout out to the BeastMaster and the Juggalo family at Spirits of the Dark Carnival. And you can find them dead or alive at Carnival Spirits. They're dying to see you there.
Shout out to Carnival Spirits.
Go Green and Mr. 505.
Yo, it's your boy Trey Pound. Shout out to the fucking Carnival Spirits up in this bitch, you know what I'm saying? Trey Pound in this bitch, chop chop.
The gathering was peaceful, although one marcher did engage in some extremely ugly hate speech against the Bureau. But who can blame them?
What up, Juggalos? Grab my Fago and we'll get this show on the road.
We got BeastMasteR coming up next.
Honestly, this is crazy because I didn't know BeastMaster rapped like that. I thought it was dope, man. He kind of creates that immersive world, kind of like storytelling universe. It was dope. That's one of the ones you got to sit back and just absorb the message and shit. It was dope. I loved it.
This is BeastMaster.
Woo!
Carnival Spirits.
With your own eyes?
Son of a bitch. We got Carnival Spirits.
Carnival Spirits, hey!
Of the grill.
Let's go.
Let's get it.
You're watching Carnival Spirits.
Subscribe! Know what I'm saying?
Yes, yes, yes. We are back. And yes, I am tired. Yes, we are back once again with the BeastMaster show, like we are every Saturday afternoon, except this time it is not even afternoon on the West Coast because it is barely 12:30 over here. We're doing an early start time because it is lethal weekend, and I've got to get my ass to the show tonight, like I was last night. And we'll talk a little bit about the show. And we have an amazing special guest. And as you can see from the title of today's episode, we've got some dope anniversaries that we are going to cover. So let's I just love this this flyer. Personally, I think it came out really nice. But let's take the flyer away. Bam! Here I am. There you are. Thank you guys for tuning in. You're the shit. What's up, Mr. Gravebait? I got that message you just sent me. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. What's up, Ivy Killer? Whoop, whoop. Everybody. Austin, Ninja with a Pencil, Matt, Charles Reeves, Ghetto Freak Show. Charles Reeves, there's a video that you made that I'm going to be covering as well. Yeah, we got a lot of dope shit to discuss. I'm pretty stoked. So let me throw some Lakeland Lunacy flair on the screen because it is summertime, and I just went and saw Isham last night. Fucking awesome. Isham put it the fuck down last night in Rhode Island. In Rhode Island. In New Hampshire. In New Hampshire. That's a joke. Isham was calling New Hampshire last night. You often hear people mispronouncing Worcester, like, Worcester, or but New Hampshire is a new one for me. Isham put it the fuck down last night. Can I find a flyer for Lethal Weekend? Can I show you guys that? Let's see if I have a flyer. Yeah, I do. Hold on. Get my shit together here. All right. Here it is. Yeah, that's nice. Maybe the size could be a little better. Hold on. There we go. Does that work for you? All right. I like that. So, all right, folks, last night, night one of Lethal Weekend with Flesh and Bone of Bone Thugs and Harmony and Little Eazy-E, like co-headlining. Esham was the main event, in my opinion. He's always incredible. I got a lot of footage that I haven't had the chance to do anything with, but I will probably throw that up on my channel. I got a lot. Everyone got footage of Esham last night. He said it was his first time doing a show in nearly 2 years. And, you know, if you follow Esham on social media, if you follow him on Instagram, he's been very vocal about how he's feeling lately in a pandemic, pandemic situation. He expressed those feelings on the mic, you know, last night. He said he comes from a place where everyone's still wearing masks. In New Hampshire, no one gave a fuck. There were a lot of other dope openers. I'd say my only complaint is that there was nothing visual on the stage, you know, in front of the DJ booth, or no projector, no nothing that said the name of the artist that was rapping. So often these guys would be saying like, yo, follow me on, you know, subscribe on YouTube, follow me on Instagram. And I'm like, I don't know your name. Like, it's funny because they'll even like follow me on Instagram. My name is like, and I'm like, what? How do you spell that? So I don't know. I'm not really sure who all the openers were, but there were a few standouts, like the Dirty Bird crew. Problematic was the shit. He put it down. And yeah, there was a bunch of dope acts. You know, they had all traveled from Detroit. All right, I got another name for you. I never seen these guys before, but they were pretty dope. I think they were called the Bearded Weirdos. They said they were from Detroit. And of course, it's Lethal Weekend. You know, I saw Fury walking around. I saw Trey Pound walking around. Tonight, we have DJ Clay, King Gordy, Ouija Mac, and none other than the Southwest Strangler himself, Shaggy Two Dope, to look forward to. So that is why we had an early start today on the BeastMasteR show, because I've got to get my ass to this show, and normally I'm doing this live stream like well into the late afternoon, early evening, and I just don't have time for that today. So we're going to wrap this up around 4, and that gives me time to get back to the Jewel. Hopefully nobody else gets shot. Yeah, that's right. Last night there were all these murmurs of a shooting that took place the night prior. I guess there was like a rock show or a metal show or something, and there was a situation that happened at the Jewel, and then it, I don't know, it went down the highway or something, but somebody got shot 2 nights ago, and I'd say there was a pretty heavy police presence in and out and all around the Jewel last night. I mean, it didn't even bother us. You know, we were just chilling. I had a blast. In fact, I got so zooted. We were just chain smoking blunts in the parking lot like all day. You know, shout out to Thy Ghetto Freak Show. Shout out to Cyrax, you know, Matt. Ben. Shout out to Jill. Shout out to Little Lotus. Shout out to Sister Hatchet. Shout out to Shayna Ninjet. Shout out to everyone we saw out there. There was a whole bunch of people. Really good times, good vibes, great music. And like I said, I'll repeat myself. Isham put it the fuck down last night. He always does. One of the standouts that I enjoyed was when he played Painkillers from Repentance. I love that song. I love that album. That was dope. I don't think I've ever seen him play that live before. Shout out to Mike Cosgrove. Hooked me up with my tickets, my weekend pass. I got my weekend pass on my wrist, by the way. So anybody who wants to produce one of these, come on over to the show. Because that's my ticket. That's my ticket to Lethal Weekends. And also should be looking forward to seeing more dope openers, including Mad Max and Reverend Television. We've had Reverend Television on the show. He talked to us about the show that he's throwing later on this year. It's the Dead Celebrity Show. And they're going on tour. They're doing a few shows out in the Midwest, kind of like the kickoff for them. And he's also got his show that he's pitching for a syndication or, to get his Code Green comedy web series or, potential, series that he's been producing. It's just awesome seeing everybody, being so creative. And I bet it felt really good to perform last night after such a long hiatus. I think everyone was eager to enjoy live music again. So here's to live music. Here's to the gathering. If anybody out there watching right now, if you are going to the gathering this year, let me know. Oops, Mankini. Yo, shout out to Mankini. I saw him last night. Here it is, though. Let's talk about the gathering for a second. Can you see that? Because I got the gathering on the brain. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Zach hit me up. Let's see here. Isham, the living legend, again. So I'm really looking forward to the gathering. The Carnival Spirits crew has got a number of crew members in attendance this year. We're going to have a nice little site, a nice campsite. And, just thinking about the Bazaar set we got in store. The Hootenanny was a taste. And it was a long overdue Wicked Clown concert. But it's like multiple ICP shows at the gathering this year is just what the doctor ordered. And I'm just fucking stoked that it's right around the corner. And so last night was a nice little reintroduction to live music. And tonight I get to see Shaggy and Ouija. How fucking dope is that? So maybe even I'll see Keegan. Who knows? But we are on the cusp of that Yum Yum Bedlam. And, like I showed you guys before, do I even have that picture handy, the blanket? I picked up that Yum Yum Bedlam blanket. Here it is. It's in the other room. It's already up on the wall. I can't take it down. I mean, I could, but I don't want to. This is much better, easier to show. By just taking a picture of the blanket, it's decent. You got a really good idea. But this thing is huge. You know what I mean? It's like life-size. Life-size Venus flytrap. Yum Yum's lore. Kind of scary. But this tactic I've used to capture just tons of photos that were taken at the gathering of the Juggalos 20 years ago, because that is the main topic of today's episode, is the celebration of the gathering of the Juggalos, my first gathering. But I really should put up better graphics for that. I mean, but of course I didn't prepare it. I didn't prepare a graphic. But you know what I can do? I think I can grab a booklet. And that would be really dope to see. I got the booklet from the gathering 20 years ago. And what else I have is I've got a few vlogs that I made my first year on Carnival Spirits, around this time of the year when the anniversaries of this gathering and Tales from the Lotus Pod, the debut of Dark Lotus, when this shit happened, I'm saying when the anniversary came around in 2012, I made some videos reading the letters that I had written my best friend, describing in detail my experience at my first gathering. And so we're going to play those videos today. We're going to check that out. And then we're going to look at some photos from the gathering that my friend took. And I think it's going to be really dope. And like I said, there's three parts to the videos that I'm going to play. And there's a whole lot of images we're going to look at. So it doesn't really matter what order we jump into all that, but we're going to jump into that soon after I cover a few current events. That's the main event, though, you know, the gathering, and we'll even bust out the old original Tales from the Lotus Pod CD, and we'll reminisce on that. And of course, like it says, Morton's List. Now, Morton's List official Twitch page had a stream on Tuesday. I think it was the 13th. So it was Tuesday, because that was the official 20th anniversary, I believe, of Morton's List. And whoop, whoop. So I wasn't able to make it. I wanted to so bad. It had a little bit of a late start. I couldn't stay up for it. I was barely able to stay up for Isham, yo. If anybody at the show saw me, I was definitely sitting in a chair in the corner of the venue, like trying to stay awake like an old man. You know, I had a bit of a long day, a lot of time on the road, and like I said, blunt after blunt out in the parking lot. So, but I had a lot of caffeine. I was able to make it, guys. I made it. I survived. Old man BeastMasteR made it to the end of the night, sort of. Tonight, I'm going to be even in better shape. I've been drinking coffee. Actually, I need to re-up. Hey, you know it. DC 17. It is fun getting old. I am wiser. Well, let's just say I'm a wise guy. But yeah, man, I wasn't even drinking last night, because if I was, I would have ended up passed out in my face somewhere. Yeah, I lost my train of consciousness. The hell was I talking about? Staying awake last night? Barely happening. Yeah, the gathering is a problem for me. I'm just saying, staying awake at the gathering is a challenge for me. That's a challenge. And I know, fuck your sleep. I get it, you know? Okay, so yeah, I remember now. I got my thought train back. I wasn't able to stay up for the Morton's List 20th anniversary stream, but I hear that they had an epic slideshow that Nathan Ninja stopped by. So that's 2 out of 3 of the creators of the game. We'll take a look at my copy of Morton's List that I won at the gathering a little bit later. But let's talk current events for a little bit, shall we? I'm going to change the screen a little bit. Oops. All right, here's what I'm going to do. We're going to stop sharing that screen. I'm going to pull up the gram. We're going to start with the gram. Bam. Bam, bam, there's the gram. All right, so yeah, there's my Lethal Weekend post I made. Here's the post for today's show. Let me back up a little bit. All right, so let's look at this one. I decided to share the bulletin board that is behind me on Instagram, so I can, because I finally kind of finished putting my stickers up on there. I told y'all last week I was trying to display all these are primarily like stickers that I acquired within the last 2 or 3 years. Give and take. There's a few oldies in there actually. But this is like stickers that I acquired from like 2017, 2018, 2019, and then this year, or some of them you might recognize where I was doing unboxings here on the show. Ooh, and we got to do unboxings too. So you guys remember that hat that I showed you guys, the evil hat? There's stickers that came with that, and I completely forgot. So from now on, what I'll do is anytime I unbox or somebody sends me stickers, I'll show them to you guys, but then I'm going to put them on the wall behind me. And this is going to grow. I mean, how am I going to add more stickers to this? I don't even know. I guess they're just going to spill off into like the wall somewhere else, or maybe I'll go lower. We'll figure it out. All right. We'll figure it out. But shout out to everybody who's represented on the wall. I mean, there's Wicked Dream Creations, Pink Pandemonium, Mikey Bone Road, Brain Dead Customs, Dead Canvas, tons of Dead Canvas artists. Everybody from, who we got here? J-Rock, or, 8-Up Art, Boppo the Clown, Jasmine, Picasso, shout out to Fago Gang, Roxy Red, the Juggalesque. Shout out to Beavis and Butthead Collector. You see on the left, kind of right to the left of the Carnival Spirits hashtag, I got that Butt Linko holographic sticker and the Beavis with the lighter, the running man, the running Beavis with the lighter. That shit is dope. Yeah, Clownvis. Shout out to Clownvis. Shout out to D Lyrical. Shout out to Jay Bazaar. Dented Mind Productions. Shout out to the Mighty Mighty Bosstones. I had to include those. Shout out to the super famous Fun Time guys. Shout out to Wicked Wood. Shout out to Maddie Cypher, Spider Bite Records. Shout out to Team Kansas, Psychopathic Street Team. Shout out to Lakeland Lunacy. Now I'm trying to see if I forgot anybody. Shout out to Replicon Radio. I think that's it. But let me back up a little bit, because I said shout out to Wicked Wood. And Wicked Wood happens to have a new single out and a music video. Now, I normally would save that for the new music segment of the show, but instead, because it's a music video, and the new music radar segment of the show is primarily, Spotify, I am going to see if I can find. Here it is. I found it. So let me mute that and let me see if I can put this on the screen so I can show you guys this. Infinite Empire presents Wicked Wood, Ouija Mac, Burns of Mayday, Neck of the Woods. Now, this is a full-on animated music video, and it is dope as fuck. The track is dope. The music, the animation, their portrayals, their caricatures are awesome. And I remember them, you know, hinting or keeping it on the hush that they had this fucking epic collab coming out. And now they finally dropped the atom bomb. And I just checked it out moments before starting the live show because homeboy sent me a link. And thank you for doing that, because if you didn't, I might have breezed right over this week, or at least the music video part, which I gotta say, yeah, exactly. It is a lit ass video. And I don't wanna, you know, I'll give you guys a little I'll give you guys just a little tease of the beginning here. Here they come. Look at this. So dope. Look at Crazy, Gravebait, Burns, and Ouija Mac. Ouija Mac even has his blessed tattoo. It's so good. It's so good. The attention to detail. I love it. So you guys got to go check this out. I mean, if you're watching this later, because I'm doing the show early today, but if you're watching this later on the replay, hopefully I'll have a link to this in the description below. But just go ahead and get in that search bar, type in Wicked Wood, Neck of the Woods, Ouija Mac, Burns, Mayday, official music video, animated music video. I mean, come on. This ain't going to be hard to find. It's like about to go viral, I'm sure. Hell yeah. He's rocking that, he's rocking the Hatchet Man. Yeah, I love these illustrations. These animations are fucking tight. Really fucking dope. So shout out to Wicked Wood, making some moves. Again, I love the song, and you know, keep doing big things. This was actually on my list of things to cover today. Let's see, what else do I got? All right, I tell you what, we'll do this. Facebook. Guess I'm opening Facebook. I think. Trying to find a flyer? Yeah. Which one am I trying to find? Oh. Would have helped if I saved the image I'm trying to show you guys. Let's see. Right. This next one is really just, I want to show a couple pieces of I want to show some promotion, some artwork, but it's really, yeah, here it is. It's really just a fun little thing. I'm not trying to make any earth-shattering announcements here, but I just like to point out a fun fact. So let me just type in the name thing here. And this is my way of promoting these guys by pointing out, whoa, hello. All right, sorry, I had an alarm set for lunch. Believe it or not, it's lunchtime. I'm gonna perform a magic act and have lunch while I'm doing the show today, because it's early. All right, so here it is. All right, so this will do. I found the thing. All right, so let's talk about Mr. Tom Wood's Float 2. These are new flyers for the event, and this is coming up real soon. This is happening like the first week of August, right? Now, I'm not going to be attending, although it looks hype as fuck. All I wanted to point out here, and maybe there's here's another one. So why don't I just share with you guys, because this is the artist announcements for the music portion of this event, and I'm telling you, it looks dope. All right, you got Class, you got LSP, you got Risk, C-Lock, Loke, Lots, just kidding, Levy, Really Bad People. I wonder if that's their name, or no, of course it is. Gilgamesh. So yeah, these guys all got their logos up here, and then there's another one here where I guess this is just the one, with Risk. This is the one with Class. And what stuck out to me is that I know for a fact that when Tom Wood was on my show and I titled the episode "Down Here You'll Float Too," is because that's the actual quote from the It book by Stephen King. And, with the resurgence of the new rebooted, It movies, the new Pennywise the Clown is all over the place. And, you'll float too is the catchphrase. And, I just made that the title because I wanted the clever tie-in. I wanted the play on words. And the actual quote, is "Down here with us, you'll float too." I just took out the "with us" part. And Tom Wood said he wished he thought of it first, but it didn't stop him from using it on these new updated flyers. So you're welcome, Tom Wood, for the inspiration. And then I thought it was funny because last week I titled the name of the episode last week was "Imagine Beavis and Butthead Do the Gathering." And that's naturally because their motion picture was called Beavis and Butthead Do America, which obviously is a play on the old Debbie Does Dallas pornos from like the 70s. All right. I believe that's, where that started. When somebody does something. But Beavis and Butthead Do the Gathering is, I'm not saying I made that up, but that's just what comes to your minds, right? First they do America, then they do the gathering. And Beavis and Butthead collector Sean Beard, that was my way of kind of, tying in his appearance, just like "Down Here You'll Float Too" when Tom Wood was my guest. And sure enough, Dead Canvas artist Timothy Young has finished this piece of Beavis and Butthead with Jay and Shag face paint. It's basically the Wicked Clowns as Beavis and Butthead, and it says "Beavis and Butthead Do the Gathering." I'm saying it's contagious. All right, it's like it needs to happen. There needs to be like when the Beavis and Butthead show comes back, when the reboot happens, when the movies or whatever, the straight to internet, when the new Beavis and Butthead comes back, there has got to be some Juggalo. Like if Beavis and Butthead don't end up watching the fucking Miracles video, I say we riot. You feel me? Know what I'm saying? Or even better, like the Krayshawn song or something. I would love to see Beavis and Butthead watch pretty much any ICP video. I would love to know what you guys think. What do you think would be the funniest ICP video to have Beavis and Butthead watch? What about Night of the Chainsaw? I'm just saying, it starts off with the bunnies, right? The blood or the slime. Which one is it? I could see Beavis and Butthead watching the Chris Benoit music video. The Chris Benoit music video is on some other shit. Let's get Beavis and Butthead's hot take on that. Know what I'm saying? With a K. yeah, so Beavis and Butthead do the gathering, and down here you'll float too. You know, it's always fun to see those BeastMaster show episode titles being used on flyers for flyers and artwork. And I'm just saying, it's a small world. I just wanted to point out the coincidence, if nothing else, the awesome coincidence, at least with the Beavis and Butthead thing. But I digress. Very fun. Ooh, it looks like I was just tagged in a picture from last night. Would you guys like to see it? Hell yeah, this is awesome. So this is the shout out to Carlos Rodriguez. I saw him last night. Dude is always taking the dopest pictures. Boom, here it is. And I like that shirt, Carlos. Hot Rod. That Hatchet Man Batman shirt. I believe I have that shirt. I told you last night. But you can also see that I am wearing my prototype Carnival Spirits Lakeland Lunacy t-shirt that I had made. Basically first time out, you know, in public. With that dope ass shirt. And right now today I am wearing my BeastMaster Lakeland Lunacy prototype shirt. This one flips inside out so it can be the white one, and today I'm blue, you know. All right, I didn't actually show you guys this last week because I'm an idiot and I forgot. But check this out. All right, to match the shirt, I also got the shorts. That's right. It is a full BeastMaster outfit. I had to do it. The fuck? Trying to ball out over here, balling out on a budget, but still balling out nonetheless. I felt it was high time. I had some BeastMaster gear, and yeah, so these are prototypes. And again, shout out to Lakeland Lunacy for this freshness. Fucking love it. Yeah, I talked about that a little bit last night. It was fucking dope. Oh, you're heading down later? Is Bobby C going to be in the house for Shaggy and Ouija tonight? If you guys can make it to the show, I highly recommend it. It's a dope venue. It's really laid back. Try to forget about the fact that somebody was shot 2 days ago there. If anything, that just increased the police presence. But they weren't fucking with us anyway. I mean, I think I only saw one dude getting kicked out last night for being shit-faced. And the bouncer had flip-flops on. And it didn't hinder his bouncing. New Hampshire is on some whole other shit. It's like the Sticks, but everyone out there has like death metal tattoos. It's a very... I love it. I do love it, you know, and I'm not far from it. It's just an hour from here. You know, that's why I'm able to do both. That's why I'm able to do my show today and then head up to the show afterwards, because it's just a short hour away. He looked like Conor McGregor. Didn't that dude break his leg? When somebody said break a leg, it's a fucking figure of speech, all right? Not supposed to actually go out and break your leg. I don't know, random thought of the day. All right, so let me just keep track of the clock here. It's 1:10. By the way, don't forget, we still have a special guest appearance today, but because of the nature of the early show, the special guest is scheduled for later in the show, for the last portion of the show. And we still have a good hour before special guest time. And we have, so that gives me about 30 minutes to reflect on the gathering 20 years ago. And then from there, we still got like 50 minutes to kill, and we'll use that time to look at pictures. And it's not in a slideshow, but we're just going to click through them. So I've got visuals for you guys, and I've got and basically I've already talked about this gathering on Carnival Spirits. So I'm not going to say it twice. I'm going to play the video the first time I did it. It's going to be fun because I made that video in 2012. And back in 2012, it was like the 11th year anniversary of the Toledo gathering, the second annual gathering of the Juggalos. But now, fucking 20 years. I mean, look, last year, yes, it was the 20-year anniversary of the first ever gathering of the Juggalos, and that is epic. I'm not taking away from that at all. If anything, I'm piggybacking on top of that, because now, goddamn it, it is time to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the second annual, which is my first gathering and basically the beginning of the rest of my life, where I would make it to half the gatherings, and they just got fresher and fresher. They really did. They practically just got better every fucking year. Obviously change of venues and whatnot. And we won't get into that. But again, I just want to say shout out to Carlos. Love this pick. I'll accept the tag, add it to my profile. And yeah, also shout out to Shayna Ninjet, who came out to the show with me and partied with us, and we'll do it again tonight. And let's see. All right. So next we got, all right, hold on. I got to pull up my notes because, all right, we got the Tom Wood flyer. We got the dead canvas painting. All right. So let me show off the stickers that I got on last week's unboxing, and I never got a chance to show you guys the stickers. And then I'll add I'm not going to put the stickers on the wall right now, but they're going to go there. My homie, Mac Daddy Mills, hooked me up with this evil hat. All right, here it is. MDM, Mac Daddy Mills, many different meanings, evil. It's really dope. It's really dope. Let's keep that in the frame, if I can. All right. It's funny because it was a hat and stickers, but it came in a box that said Fragile. Because hats and stickers are fragile as fuck, aren't they? Oh, shit. I took the stickers out already? The box is empty. Fuck. Where did I put the fucking stickers? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I probably put them up here. Here they are. All right. So that's the hat. Evil. And here are the stickers. Mac Daddy Mills. I just forgot to show you guys these last week. That's all. I just wanted to show them to you. Looks like he's got QR code stickers. These are dope. You know, you scan these with your phone camera, and it probably brings you to his Bandcamp or something. Because here's the other sticker that actually has the URL to his Bandcamp, and it says many different meanings. MDM. And then here's another QR code. Caution. Hot fire. Dude's got bars. And I love that kid. We actually went to the same high school. He's a little younger than me. But shout out to Mac Daddy Mills. Thank you again for that hat and the stickers. You already know that someone's going to win some of these stickers, but that's in the future. I just wanted to show those off and remind y'all that we do have stickers available from Carnival Spirits if you guys ever want to pick them up. They are for sale, and I don't know if I've ever actually shown you guys. I don't know if I've ever shown you. Like, I mean, I've held the sticker up, right? But let's see if I can actually show you what these stickers look like. Nope, that's not it. Let's see. I could have sworn I had images of these stickers ready to go. But it serves me right thinking I had something ready to go. Oh, I do. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Here we go. Bam. Here are the stickers. Wow. All right, let me get rid of this. There we go. This is how I meant to show you guys these stickers. 3 different Lakeland Lunacy exclusives. The 2021 Gnome, the 2019 Gnome, and the Elite Galaxy Dark Carnival Tarot illustration. These are all available in holographic. I think they're 4 inches. And if you want to pick your sticker, if you want a bundle of all 3, they're available. Hit me up. I'm not chasing anyone down for stickers, but it is first come, first serve. And you better believe that I'm bringing them to the gathering. So if you have an inkling, you want those stickers, and you see me at the gathering, holler at your boy. I got you. I'll make them available. And let's see. All right. I thought I was gonna like make a topic out of this. I suppose I can just bring it up and mention it. Did any of you guys see Hobson on the No Jumper podcast? He's dressed up as a ninja. I don't know how I feel, because if anything, Hobson's a little late to the party when it comes to ninjas. I mean, I'm just saying, he's been fucking rapping and performing for Juggalos for how long now? And he's just now on the ninja tip. What's going to happen next? Is Hobson going to sign to Magic Ninja Entertainment? Because he's starting to look the part. All right. I'm just kidding. I just thought that was funny. You know, he's got that ninja mask. He looks like a ninja from like G.I. Joe. It almost looks like a motorcycle helmet mask. Know what I'm saying? All right. So let's see here. Okay, close that. All right, here we go. I've got an idea. We unfortunately are going to have to do Music Radar a little differently than we normally do, because I did not have time to put together graphics. Maybe we can do a vote, though. You guys can decide if you would like. We could skip Music Radar this week and do double duty next week. Or we could breeze through it really quickly, because I do have Spotify I can pull up on the screen. I'll let you guys decide. You know, there's over a dozen of you watching live. Would you guys like to see the Music Radar of the week? You don't want me to skip that? Let me know. If you could do without it because you want to get to the gathering stuff, let me know. Let me know how you feel. Are you guys eager to jump into the 20th anniversary of the gathering, Dark Lotus, Tales from the Lotus Pod, Morton's List, Toledo, Ohio, 2001? Are we ready for that? Are we here for that? Or do you guys want to know what music I've been bumping this week? I'll give you a second to think about it. And while you guys think about that, I'm going to play a little segue music and do a little sleight of hand and order lunch. Okay. So let me pull this up. Come on here. Let's see. All right. So we're going to take a moment. So Bobby C says he wants to jump right into gathering stuff. I feel you. I could actually do without music segment anyways, but New Music Radar is fun to do, but that's not the main event of the show, not by any means, and it could easily be covered next week. I will mention a few of my homies' music. I mean, we already talked about Wicked Wood. We'll talk about Suicide and his new track, Good Riddance, available now. And then, of course, there's also MC Snacks with Snail Song, which we got to check out. But there's so much more music on the radar this week because, I mean, I done fuck around and actually ended up clicking one of those like new release playlists on Spotify and heard a ton of new music from artists I never even heard of. So it's like, what the fuck? Like, there's a ton of music on the list, but yeah. All right. But I feel you. I want to get into the gathering shit too. I really do. 1, 2, 3. So let me prep these videos, and we'll get it. We'll get that cracking real soon. All right. So that's video number 1. Video number 2. I'm just prepping these videos so they're ready to go. Video number 3. All right. So they're ready to go. Yeah, like I said, I'm just going to do a quick, we'll call it an intermission, okay? After this brief intermission, we will jump into the 20th anniversary of the Gathering of the Juggalos segment, so enjoy.
You know what I'm saying? We're like, yeah, fuck that. You know what I'm saying? 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 You know what I'm saying?
I got much clown love for the Carnival Spirits crew. You know what I'm saying? I got low love for BeastMaster. You know what I'm saying? I got much clown love for the Carnival Spirits crew. You know what I'm saying? I got low love for Scotty 2 Ball. You know what I'm saying? I got much clown love for the Carnival Spirits crew. You know what I'm saying? I got low love for Roxy Riddlebox. You know what I'm saying? I got much clown love for the Carnival Spirits crew. You know what I'm saying? I got low love for Kylie Green 2 Fresh. You know what I'm saying? I got much clown love for the Carnival Spirits crew. You know what I'm saying? I got low love for Shanzi. You know what I'm saying? I got much clown love for the Carnival Spirits crew. You know what I'm saying? I got low love for Uncle Side B. You know what I'm saying? I got much clown love for the Carnival Spirits crew. You know what I'm saying? I got low love for Panic 17. You know what I'm saying? I got much clown love for the Carnival Spirits crew. You know what I'm saying? I got low love for Dawn Chaos. You know what I'm saying? I got low love for the Carnival Spirits. You know what I'm saying? 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 You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? Quit saying I know what I'm saying. Sorry, that's what I say. You know, stop. You can't help it. It's a fucking unconscious thing.
Hey, and we're back. Sorry, folks. Took me slightly longer than that segment to order my lunch. But that's what I got to do, multitask and order my lunch while I'm live, because I'm trying to make the day here. We've got a show to catch tonight, and I got to eat before we leave. So anyways, thank you all for sticking around. Sorry for the dead air. We'll make up for that right now by jumping into Gathering of the Juggalos 20th anniversary of my first gathering. I got to start with saying that I was absolutely determined to hit up this gathering because I missed the actual first gathering, and I really wanted to attend the first gathering, but I couldn't. You know, before the first gathering, they had this meetup they were going to do. It was in St. Louis at like a vinyl record store, and they said if Juggalos showed up at this street corner of this vinyl record store, they'd get a free CD. And turns out it was going to be Psychopathic Riders Dumpin' is what they were going to get if they showed up. And that this little meetup, it was like the week in between Christmas and New Year's, you know, in 2000. And I was all about it. It was like 99 going into 2000. So I actually bought a plane ticket to Louisville, I think. But then they canceled the meetup. So this is December of 99. You know, this is around the time I had come up with the idea of making the song Dear Joe and Joey. And I was flying to the middle of nowhere to get a free CD from the Wicked Clowns, except they canceled the meetup. And eventually we were all able to get our hands on Dumpin', you know, Psychopathic Riders. But yeah, I wasn't able to make it to the first gathering that was, you know, that came out right after that meetup never happened. And so when I went to the Toledo Gathering of the Juggalos, you know, there's a photo that a friend of mine took of me, and I wonder if I can find that photo, because we didn't even know each other at the time. We did not know each other, but he was taking pictures in front of the convention center when there's like a line out front around the building of rowdy juggalos. I'm gonna play the video explaining it, reminiscing on all that. Maybe what I should do is I should start playing that, and then I'll find the picture instead of the other way around. That's a better idea. All right. So part one of Memory Lane here is going to be. So look, when I made these videos, it was the 11th anniversary. Now it's the 20th. All you got to do is exchange 11 for 20, and it's the same damn video. Chrome tab. All right. There we go. You can see that. Make it as full screen as I can. Looking good, looking good. All right. Well, I'm going to start this, and we're going to take a look here. My experience at the gathering 20 years ago, through the letter I wrote to my best friend.
All right, what's up, guys? BeastMaster here. I've got a real quick blast from the past for you. Today is Friday the 13th, 2012, and it is the 11-year anniversary of the first day of the Gathering of the Juggalos way back in 2001. Friday the 13th and the 11-year birthday of Tales from the Lotus Pod, Dark Lotus. And on account of this anniversary, I'm going to read you guys an excerpt of a letter that I wrote to my best friend when I came back from the gathering. This was my first gathering ever, And I traveled all the way from Massachusetts to Toledo, Ohio, and the convention center gathering. It was 3 days. And on the very first day, now I'm going to read this shit to you. And originally I wrote this letter to a friend of mine who got me into ICP, Tommy B, on August 17th, 2001. And says, all right, first, the drive was over 30 hours from Boston to Toledo. And it was the second annual gathering of the Juggalos. It was the shit. And here's my recap of the experience of my first gathering, just going down memory lane style. All right, so on the first day, it was actually Friday the 13th. And my friend Patanka and I, we waited outside of the Seagate Convention Center with about 8,000 other Juggalos. And ninjas were spraying Fagel all over the place. Nobody gave a fuck at all. Every flavor you could imagine was being dumped and sprayed, even Red Pop. And that shit was staining, you know what I mean? Right off the bat, everybody was drooling at the bit to get Tales from the Lotus Pod. And I think that's the main reason why the merchandise line was ridiculously long the entire first day of the gathering. But I actually got in that line very quickly. I rushed into it. Tom Dubb was working the booth as always, and I got my shit early so I can enjoy the gathering. And besides being one of the first 100 ninjas to get my hands on the Dark Lotus album, I also picked up Dog Beats, Basement Cuts, Cryptic Collection 2, and Ride and Dirty. And these are all brand new releases or virtually impossible to find up until this point. Very cool. I also got a copy of the Juggalo Show box set, which was ICP's radio show. And that was before the Jekyll Brothers came out. And it was aired at midnight in Detroit once a month for a short while. And that shit was mad expensive. All right. So the way I felt, you know, I traveled all the way from the East Coast to spend 3 days in a place where Psychopathic was taking the time to host seminars for Juggalos. And I was really intrigued by that concept. So I made a point to attend as many seminars as I could. And the first one was the Morton's List seminar. And so I get in there, and I'm not going to explain what Morton's List is. You're going to have to wait for another video or go check out one of my other videos where I talk about it. But the first thing that happened was Jump Steady threw a few dice into the crowd, okay? And whoever caught them would win a free copy of Morton's List. Well, I caught one of those dice. And not only did I win a free copy of Morton's List, but I got it signed by Jump Steady, Tall Jess, and Nathan, who are the three creators of that game. And I got to actually talk with Jump Steady and Nathan for a little bit, and they were really cool. And, you know, at the end of the day, that was one of my highlights of the gathering. And they schooled us all in that seminar. I was wicked impressed. All right. So you guys remember the Juggalo Hall of Fame? That was fresh. It was this big wall that everybody tagged on the first gathering, and they actually brought it, put it up on the wall up high, and then put a bigger, newer one below it. And that was for this year's gathering. So I actually took a Magnum 44 marker and wrote my name real big on the wall, right underneath the word Juggalo, and I drew a bat symbol. And later on, somebody else kind of wrote over my shit with an even bigger marker. But not before I was able to get my buddy Patanka to take some pictures of it, before it was completely, gone. And lastly, I've got just a little recap here of the first night performances of this gathering. Misery performed. And, you know, after him, I fought my way right up to the front for Twisted. And they played so many good songs, you know, shit that I thought I'd never hear live, like Old School Pervert, What the Dead Like. And, that night, I fell asleep listening to Tales from the Lotus Pod for the first time in headphones. And this was just the beginning, and it was mad sensory overload. It was the shit, and this letter continues for the rest of the gathering, but I'm going to wait until tomorrow because, today is Friday the 13th, and this was my recap of Friday the 13th from 11 years ago at the gathering. Now, there is some other things that happened that I really don't want to get into, like the whole Misery's camp fighting with Psychopathic and getting booted from the gathering that night. I mean, he even came back on one of Jump Steady's albums and did a track with him. The guy is Jump Steady's brother-in-law, you know what I'm saying? Bygones be bygones. And, you know, much love to Misery and much love to Psychopathic for putting on the illest gatherings for over a decade. And 11 years ago was a life-changing experience for me when I went and saw my first gathering, to see like 8,000 juggalos all in one spot for the first time. I don't care who you are, how old you are, or when your first gathering was. When you see that many juggalos in one place for the first time, it changes you, for the better or for the worse. It's really up to you. Kind of like being successful. All right, I'm BeastMaster, and I'll be back later. Peace.
Hell yeah! So that was fun to watch. You know, I split that video up into 3 parts, and I uploaded them 3 days in a row, you know, to coincide with the 3 days of the gathering 20 years ago. That was part 1. Part 2 is called, well, Happy Birthday, Twisted's Monoxide, and I go on to talk about how the second day of the gathering that year took place on Monoxide's birthday, and so I guess I should just let myself explain. So we're going to jump right back in. Ooh, actually, before we jump back into part 2 of this video, how about I show you guys some images to go along with part 1 that we just watched. Let me find it. Here it is. So, like I said, my friend Patanka took all those photos. I talked about the Juggalo Wall of Fame. Let's see. So I talked about Morton's list. And now I can finally show you guys some of these pictures. So here we go. This is great. This picture here, so proud. I just got Jump Steady's autograph. Just talked to Jump Steady for the first time in my life. I'm still standing right there next to him. That's me in between Jump Steady and Nathan Ninja. And I haven't gotten it yet, but Tall Jess's autograph is about to be put on that copy of Morton's List. Let me grab the copy. Let me show it to you. So here it is, the free copy of Morton's List that I won, unopened still. The sticker broke, so it's not sealed, but it is unopened, legit. Never been opened before. Signed by all 3 of them exactly 20 years ago on the 13th. One of my prized possessions in my Juggalo collection right here. And whether I mentioned it or not, the reason I didn't have to open this is because I had already bought a copy. So I have 2. I have an opened copy, and then I have this unopened copy that I feel is truly valuable for anybody who understands the significance, the history of Dark Carnival games. This game here, so fucking dope, and I love it. But yeah, so here's a picture of me the moment I got that thing signed by Jump Steady. I'm gonna check and see if I got the actual flyer. Yeah, here it is. This is the booklet. I love it. This was actually the one that I had carrying around with me. You'll see some pictures of me holding this thing. Let's take a look inside. 20 years ago, who would have thunk we'd be where we are today? Looking at this picture, who would have thunk that these days would not last? I just mean the twisted part. So yeah, I've also got a lot of pictures here from the Electric Girly Freak Show and Tesla Coil, which was really fucking dope. Here's the Juggalo Wall of Fame in the booklet from the first year, right? Well, let me show you what that booklet, or I'm sorry, what that Juggalo Wall of Fame looks like. Here is a picture of me posing in front of the Wall of Fame. And oh yeah, look at that. Maximize my space. That's what I'm trying to do here. So here's a picture. Here's the picture of the first Juggalo Wall of Fame from 2000. Gathering I wasn't at. Boy, they tagged the fuck out of that thing. And then the next year, again, there I am standing in front of it, just reading the wall. And they got the old one up on top, and then this one down below. I mean, look at me standing there, and look at the size of some of these tags. Friggin' huge, right? Well, so I mentioned I was able to tag it. Do you see it says TJL? It says it has the bat symbol, and I also wrote struggle because that's what I was wearing on my shirt. I talked about this. That's the hardcore band that my best friend was repping back in the day, and that is the same shirt that I wear on the Juggalo Gives College Speech on the Dark Carnival video, which was also back in 2001. So actually, the speech happened first, and then the gathering. So that shirt has yet to go viral on YouTube. I'm saying at the time that this picture was taken, because I didn't even upload that footage of me giving that speech until like 11 years later. By the way, we're doing really good for time. But where is the other picture? There's me, you know, posing with my signature. And like I said, the very next day, that shit was gone. I think this might even be the next day where I'm posing next to where my signature used to be, and now it's fucking gone. But yeah, let's see. What else can I show you? Here's another picture of me and Nathan. And here's some pictures of me posing on ICP stage set props. Really dope. Anybody recognize it? Come on. I know you know. What are these props from? What props am I standing on? What tour were these stage props used for? Somebody let me know. I swear these pictures look like they were taken a month ago. Have I even changed at all in 20 years? God damn. I mean, aside from a haircut. All right. Now I'm way behind on comments. God damn it. So, what's up, Clydesdale Entertainment? What's up, Gemini? L's up high. Wish they would print more Morton's lists so you can get a fresh sealed one. The one you have is beat up. Yeah, well, that's why I bought a copy before I won that copy. It was not my intention to never open my signed copy, but I just looked at it like, all right, look, I already bought this game and now I just won a free copy. Let me get one of them signed and keep it unsealed. And the other one, I opened it up. I read the book. I played with the dice. But never really played Morton's List, never really had people to play it with. I have recently taken part in some of the Twitch streams. You guys remember when I did those Dark Carnival sigils, because we're doing that black magic. You made all your non-Juggalo friends play every day that summer? Wow. That's awesome. You made your non-Juggalo friends play Morton's List? What did they think of it? All right, this is a long comment. Gemini. For real, it's badass. You're a true Juggalo. It is amazing, huh? 20 years. I became aware of ICP when they filmed at the Four Aces movie set in Lake Los Angeles, California. I lived on a set facilitating as a site rep and a set security and property caretaker. This is one video that they did there. Been a fan ever since. I'll check the video out later. That's dope. That's really dope, though. And I don't blame you for becoming a fan ever since, because their shit is just so fucking fresh. That's a really cool story, though. And Trailer Park Cinderella is in the house. Oh, I'm sorry. Toxic Plague Entertainment is in the house, says Trailer Park Cinderella. What up, Toxic Plague Entertainment? NIA, Ninjas in Action. We be these like cheese. I'm a cereal, please. Hell yes. And thank you to Clydesdale Entertainment for getting it. Psychopathics from Outer Space. Okay, but technically, just want to say 13th Juggalo got it first. Got to give credit where it's due. Yes. Psychopathics from Outer Space tour in '99 was epic as fuck. And so a few years later, getting to see all those props just up on display and I can jump all over them, you better believe I helped myself to these fucking props. So, yeah, what else did I do? Now, this isn't Psychopathics from Outer Space tour, but this is like one of them. Wicked Clowns from Outer Space. The name. Fucking Psychopathics from Outer Space was the CD. Wicked Clowns from Outer Space was the tour. We'll get our shit together. Miracles. They loved it. Whoop, whoop. Hell yeah. Dude, are those Dark Carnival game emojis? That is fucking awesome. 13th Juggalo in the house. So yeah, I went down backwards head first on this fucking slide. And honestly, it was a little rough because I was wearing this, the sleeveless shirt, and my skin was getting caught on the slide, and it kind of hurt. This thing that spins around and around, I tried to go around in it. What other props did they have? Is this? No, that's the same picture. All these oversized Carney funhouse, funhouse wheels and doors, and I'm inside the cage, right? What do they normally have in there? The 8-boy? Is 8-boy or Many Faces usually in that cage, in the freak cage? And look at me. Look how strong I am bending the bars. I'm just having a blast, I'm just running around having a blast. I was like, dude, you got to get pictures of me playing on all these stage set props. Shout out to Strangles TV, whoop whoop from Albuquerque, 505. Keep making that fresh content for Juggalos by Juggalos. Watching in the 719 Colorado Springs. That's what's up. That is way the fuck out there. Coming from Massachusetts here, North Shore. Gotta love technology. We are worldwide. Okay, so that's my phone, and that means that food is here. Could you grab my phone, please? And that means that it is time to start the next part of the video. All right. So let's do that.
What's up, guys? BeastMaster here, and this is going to be my second installment of gathering memories from 11 years ago. Today is July 14th, and it's also Monoxide's birthday. So happy birthday to Monoxide of Twisted. 11 years ago today, we actually celebrated his birthday at the Twisted seminar, but I'll get to that in a minute. If you didn't watch my first video, this should be a response to it, or there's a link in the description, whatever's clever. You can check that out. I was reading a letter that I wrote to my best friend, and because he got me into ICP, and we were going to go to the first gathering 12 years ago, and we couldn't make it for whatever reason. So when the gathering came around in 2001, I made a point not to miss this shit. And like I said in my other video, it really changed my life. And so I'm going to pick up this letter where I left off, talking about the second day of this gathering. Without wasting any more time, let me get right into this. Oh, let me waste a little more time. I forgot to show you guys the t-shirt. This was the official gathering t-shirt. And on the back, yeah. And I told you guys about how I won a copy of Morton's List. Well, here it is. As you can see, we've got the autographs from Tall Jess, Nathan, and Jump Steady, who's making his return to the gathering this year. Awesome. Jump Steady is like my fucking hero, but that's a whole nother seminar. So, all right, second day of the gathering. It was crazier than ever, and there was more Fago being thrown in the line outside before we got in than I've ever seen at a show. The Juggalos were going fucking nuts, and Batanka and I, we watched the Electric Girly Freak Show in Tesla Coil on the main stage. It was like a circus sideshow event. Very cool. And by the way, I am going to post a slideshow with all these pictures that my friend took in another video. So stay tuned for that shit. All right, the Twisted Seminar. ICP, Blaze, and ABK all showed up at the Twisted Seminar to celebrate Monoxide's 28th birthday. There was about 400 Juggalos in the room, and Jay passed out cake to as many people as he could, and I actually got a piece. Violent J confessed that he smoked weed for the first time with Twisted and some Detroit Juggalos in their hotel room, probably while I was listening to Dark Lotus for the first time, and that was the night before. It was funny the way that Violent J explained this. He was laughing and shit. He said, I was retarded, but hey, it's all right to be a little retarded. It's the gathering of the Juggalos. And he told us about this Twinkie that he had that was all crooked. All right, next, Missy. You know, Missy, she's fat as hell. She was at this gathering, and I got to meet Missy. So she is the fat porn star from Big Money Hustlers, and I got her autograph. I got my picture taken, and I didn't stand in any of the autograph lines at the gathering. They were wicked long the whole time. And ICP always had to leave early for other events. So only hound dogs asked for autographs during the seminars. And every time somebody asked, the room just filled with groans of annoyed Juggalos. Doesn't that always happen? All right. Second night performances. Blaze and Anybody Killer performed. ICP and Twisted came out during their sets for a few songs. And then the mystery guest performance was about to be, and some Detroit juggalos were speculating that it was going to be Esham. But I knew it wasn't because Violent J talked about Esham at the Twisted seminar, and there was some stale air, to say the least. The mystery guest turned out to be Bone Thugs and Harmony, or Busy Bone. And I ended up smoking this blunt with these juggalos from Detroit who were actually smoking with Violent J and Madrox the night before. And let me tell you, that was just a perfect moment because these guys were in the crowd and we're watching Bone Thugs, and they're telling me about Violent J and and this whole like ice cube tray that he was drawing on and a Ben Twinkie, and I'm like, he just told us about that in the seminar. I knew they were telling the truth because Violent J told the same story to us a little earlier, so that was really cool. And yeah, so all right, I could have died a happy juggalo at this point, but it was the time for the very first performance of Dark Lotus, and I tried to get up to the front row, but I only made it like 10 feet from the stage. The crowd was intense, and Dark Lotus was unbelievable. Everybody had their face painted the same with the black and white pointed crosses. And they also did many awesome songs. It was a shock, and I was psyched when I heard that Dark Lotus was performing Cemetery Girl, First Day Out, Murder, 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 She Ain't Afraid, $85 an hour, Spin the Bottle, Three Rings, Hound Dogs, and then a shitload of brand new Dark Lotus songs. And after that show, I was all fucking done. I slept like a rock that night. And well, that's it for the second day. I've got one more long ass segment here for the third day of the gathering, 11 years ago, 2001. And again, if anybody knows anybody who was at this gathering, I mean, I know people who are at this gathering, but they don't do YouTube, so no big deal or anything. But I'm just trying to share some knowledge and share the love. And yeah, I can't wait to show this slideshow to you guys because my friend Patenka, he actually took 30 rolls of color film because he's a photographer, and he developed them all for free and gave me digital copies of all the pictures. And so I've got one hell of a slideshow from this gathering to show you guys. And yeah, so I'm going to work on that a little this weekend, and I'll be back tomorrow to give you my recap of July 15th, 2001 at the second annual gathering. And let me tell you, this is a good one. All right. So I'm BeastMaster. Peace the fuck out, and I'll see you.
All right. Part 2 successfully completed. And this is a lot of fun, It's cool that I already made those videos like 9 years ago. I can just replay them now, and they haven't lost their meaning or significance, and nothing has changed except for now it's the 20th anniversary of these memories for me. And I really am glad I wrote them down so I could send them to a friend, but then I was able to reread what I wrote, and it's like a time capsule is what this is. But the mentioning that I had photos for a slideshow, I'm just saying, the slideshow is here. And here is pick number, like these pictures, I haven't put them in the slideshow, but we're looking at them. This is it. And this right here is my pride and joy, my photo opportunity with Missy. I saw her chilling, so I approached her, got a pic. She was a sweetheart. She was fat as hell. Of course, everybody knows who Missy is from Big Money Hustlers. Well-known porn star at the time. I wonder if Missy is still in business or if she's retired. I mean, today it could be like, Missy's old as hell. I don't know. Yes, the first Dark Lotus set. We're going to get to that. We're going to talk about that. I actually have a photo of me in the crowd from that first Dark Lotus set. Hell yeah, Shock Troxic was there for that debut of Dark Lotus. That's what's up. First time you saw Dark Lotus was at the Hatchet Rising tour, New Mexico. Well, that's a great memory, great tour following this gathering, you know. It's just really, really good times, you know. I mean, you're not often going to see me reflect on the 20th anniversary of every fucking thing I did in the beginning of the 20th century, 21st century, but this right here was special. It was really, really special. What other pictures can I show you from this slideshow? All right, they had skateboarding. These are real skateboard pics from the gathering. Oops, already showed you that. Let's see. All right, so let me show you some of this. They had a lot of history up on the walls, you know, and you know, I basically just wanted to preserve these memories, took pictures of these. It was like a museum walkthrough of all these printed mementos. I don't know, like just posing in front of all these pieces of history was it was the only idea I had. Like, get a picture of me in front of all this crazy shit. So there was a lot of these museum walkthroughs. Again, these are the early gatherings. You know, they got jerseys in frames. And this might be one of my favorite pictures from the event, holding my amulet with my luscious locks. I swear I haven't even changed. 20 years ago, I looked the fucking same. With just now I can grow a beard. Yeah, and then I have some more stage props here. You know, this here's more of the Wicked Clowns from Outer Space. And here's some more me posing with the history. Oh, and then here's some more skateboarders shredding it up on the half pipe at the gathering. Ooh, now here's a JCW camo stage. They had I really like this setup here, you know, with the netting, the camo. And then this last batch of photos that I got, I'm going to save for the very end. And we're getting to the end of the slideshow and the end of the. We only have one video clip left, and then we are going to bring on the special guest for the day very shortly. So, oops, it's the wrong button. All right, I'm going to pull this up. So without further ado, let's get the third part of the three-part video out of the way. And this is my third and final installment of memories from the Gathering of the Juggalos, 2001.
So I'm going to continue reading this letter that I wrote to my best friend. And, you know, I'm talking about the third day of the gathering. We had just seen Dark Lotus perform the night before. And after the headlining act, the Seagate Convention Center would shut down and everyone would have to leave. My story continues the next day. Everybody on the last day was tired, and the Juggalos were just chilling and resting, lounging everywhere. I went to the ICP seminar, and I got my wig flipped by Jay and Shaggy, and Twisted showed up with Vampiro. Once again, we were all in a room with about 400 Juggalos while Violent J went off on a shit ton of topics, and Shaggy basically stood there smoking his cigarettes. Jay answered tons of questions. Everybody who missed the Twisted seminar wanted to know about the Misery incident, and I had to sit through that again. And Jay told us shit like, I know what you juggalos go through for listening to us. Believe me, we know because we are us. And he talked about the whole Juggalo family concept and the come of the Six Jokers card, and he was wicked nervous about revealing the sixth image. He explained how there wasn't a need to try to advertise the Dark Carnival to anybody else anymore. And at this point, it's so close to the end that if you're down, you're down. And he was happy with the amount of juggalos that there were right now. And we are the Juggalo family. Screen projector, and before anything started, Jump Steady explained that there was going to be a mystery video and a mystery guest, and we were told to put our cameras away, and if anyone was caught taking pictures in the seminar room, they would be beat down by Jump Steady himself. And seriously, I've never seen as many crazy ass juggalos so quiet and obedient in my life. Total respect for the psychopathic family, and just a whole lot of clown love in that room. For real. The video started, and it was old footage of all the psychopathic crew, and they were making like a fake talk show. It must have been from like 1990 or something. Alex Abyss was in it as Hazad from Big Money Hustlers. Shaggy was a rock star with a long hair, like a wig, and Violent J was a magic ninja. It was wicked funny, and then we were watching like their old school home videos. And they said that they would never release it or show it ever again. So it was a true, like, once-in-a-lifetime experience. And then during the movie, somebody walked from the back of the room to the middle of the, aisle, and he had a white towel draped over his head. And the film stopped. He turned around, and it was Joe Bruce. The room went apeshit. Everyone started chanting, Joe Bruce, over and over. It was Violent J without his face paint on. I can't even begin to tell you how emotional it was in that seminar. Joe talked about not being able to recognize himself in the mirror because he's been Violent J for so long. He explained how, Shaggy and himself are just like us, and the whole Dark Carnival is just an outlet for all of us to unite and express ourselves together. And Shaggy showed up with face paint on and pretty much just stood there smoking his cigarettes. And once again, Joe Bruce talking about the Six Jokers card and about how nervous he was about finally showing it to the Juggalos. And, after they took off to get ready for their concerts, and we were shown the rest of this home movie footage, Jump Steady is showing us. And afterwards, Jump Steady asked some questions that were related to what we just watched on the screen. And 3 Juggalos won backstage passes. So after 2 dudes won their passes, Tall Jess walked over to the exit of the seminar room, and then he said the winner of the last pass was whoever could catch him. And then he bolted out of the door. And it was crazy because just hundreds of juggalos just started running out of the room to try and catch him. And I have no idea who did, but I know it wasn't me. All right. So 3rd and final night performances. The psychopathic riders came out with gangster clothes on, bandanas around their heads and faces. That was cool shit. Vanilla Ice performed next, and I grew up a Vanilla Ice fan, so this was a real treat for me. Yeah, the only thing that sucked is that his microphone went out for like half of his set. And after him came 3-6 Mafia. That was cool. And after them was the moment that everybody in the convention center was waiting for. And I pushed my way right up to the front row for ICP, and it was absolute mayhem. Now, you got to remember that during these seminars, they're telling us that at the end of the ICP show, they're going to show us an image of the Wraith, because that was the whole thing, is that we're going to get a glimpse of the Six Jokers card. So here's what happens. They come out to Carnival of Carnage. And then they went right into Down with the Clown, and the place went fucking crazy. and there was Fago and water guns right from the first minute. They played dog beats, but from the front row at an ICP show, you always have crowd surfers, and they're always coming up over your head. So this was no exception. And ninjas were flying over my head every 2 seconds. And at the time, I actually had like Sebastian Bach length hair that was getting snagged by juggalos that were all around me, and it fucking sucked. So after a couple of songs, juggalos were already up on stage, and they were running around and dancing. And since so many motherfuckers were climbing up on stage, nobody was stopping them. It really started to suck to be in the front row. So I basically was a stepping stone for everyone heading over the barricade, and I decided that I was going to climb up early too. And I got up on stage, and it was already packed. And I mean, it was actually like as tight as the crowd was in front of the stage, but it was all good for a while. And as usual, the riot took over the show. And before I knew it, the lights were on and the music was off. Ninjas were destroying the stage set, and somebody allegedly started a fire in the back. I climbed off stage when Alex Abyss came out, and he was telling everybody without a microphone that the electricity was out and they could not reveal the 6 Jokers card. And I was standing right there in front of him, so I heard him perfectly. But there was like 8,000 other juggalos that clearly did not hear him, and they refused to leave without getting a glimpse of the 6th as promised. So the cops showed up, and they used tear gas to clear the place out. And the Toledo cops were assholes, but not all of them, but, you know, enough of them to fuck our shit up. I believe that there is a write-up from Jump Steady where he describes the end of that gathering and how it was anticlimactic. And when I was on my way out of the convention center in the parking lot, this ninja told me that, you know, this is some he said, she said shit, but he said Violent J and Psychopathic like paid for the venue and the staff and the security and paid a couple extra thousand in advance for damages so that juggalos could fuck shit up and we'd be all right. Well, whether or not that's true, that is what happened. Shit got fucked up, and it was too bad that the 6 couldn't be dropped. It just meant that we had to wait until the Hatchet Rising tour to see the image of the 6th. And, you know, at the end of the day, I went home so proud to be a juggalo. 11 years ago, this gathering was the CD release party for Tales of Lotus Pod, Ride and Dirty, Cryptic Collection 2, and finally giving us all dog beats and basement cuts on CD for the first time, instead of just, you know, those fabled cassette tapes that were turned into shitty MP3s. And really, it was only like a handful of tracks that were made available. You know, there never really has been a release date that has been that epic as the 2nd annual gathering of the Juggalos. But maybe the Mighty Death Pop this year will actually outdo that. I can't wait to hear that shit. So that certainly was a blast from the past for me. And I'm looking forward to sharing this slideshow with you guys. So keep your eyes peeled for that. Should be links in the description when the time is right. And if any of you have been to the 2001 gathering, 2nd annual, where Dark Lotus fucking debuted and basically, you know, changed the whole Juggalo scene forever, you know, speak up and share your story or fuck the fuck off. I'm BeastMaster. Peace. All right, so that is the conclusion of my, I guess you could call it my time capsule, my memory lane experience of the gathering. And I've got some more visuals to show. Again, more from the slideshow that never happened. Talking about that Dark Lotus performance. This is the picture that came out along with all the other pictures that were the photo dump from that gathering, where all Dark Lotus members are wearing the same face paint, the same red jerseys. You know, Mars was with them. And I remember seeing someone on stage with a camera, and I remember throwing my L up in the sky, and you can see clearly I'm throwing the L up,
and you can see my distinct, forehead. I mean, I'm barely breathing in an ocean of juggalos here, but I love this photo because it's proof that I was in the the first ever Dark Lotus performance. Really love this photo. Can't tell you. And Patanka, my buddy, took a lot of random photos. There was like a balcony at this gathering where you could look down. And so he was taking photos of random juggalos. If you see yourself, tag yourself. A lot of face painting. They were doing free tattoos at this gathering. I don't know, a lot of these pictures are blurry because I think he was trying to capture some artsy shots. But this one, I love this one because this one tells a story. This one shows you the crowd and the merch booths. You can see the look at how simple it all used to be. I mean, there's 4 different color gathering shirts, 3 different color Fago shirts, 2 different Moon Glorious shirts, and then a bunch of blacklight posters on the other side. I'm telling you, these little beginnings. All right, and then I love these photos because this right here is me right after the ICP main event, and I'm just ecstatic. I'm jumping off of the rocks, I'm just having the best time. And I really have like a lot more photos to share from this gathering, but we're going to have to look at them next week because we need to bring on this week's special guest. We need to do this. And so I'm going to postpone photos from this gathering. I've got Miss Juggalette pageant photos, and I've got I think like ring girl competition photos, and all of the Electric Girly Tesla Freak Show photos. And it's dope, but it's a lot, and we're just running out of time. Damn Lethal Weekend being such a fresh fucking event on the day that I'm really busy. So, all right, I'm going to pull up the flyer for the show. We're gonna bring on today's special guest, and we're gonna we are gonna get this show on the road. I'm fucking stoked. Just need to pull this up here. All right. We have a procedure. Things are done a certain way on this show. You guys know how I like to keep the all right. Do we got it? I think we got it. So, again, every week we talk with a new ninja. Every week we have a different mystery special guest. And this week I am proud to introduce to you one of the 3 co-creators of Morton's List, none other than Tall Jess. And here he is. What is up, my man?
How's it going, everybody out there? Juggalos, ninjas, Morton's List followers since day one. This is incredible. I've been backstage listening to what you're putting out here, and it's been a wild summary. Because as those who were following Morton's List recently, we had our 20th anniversary was Tuesday, July 13th, which was of course the 20th anniversary of the events we're talking about now, and then kind of hearing you go through it, and then seeing your recordings of it a few years ago. It's just been incredible, and just a real barrage of flavor.
Yeah, you didn't see the first part. I had 3 videos, and that was just the 3rd one. But in the first one, I talked about the Morton's List seminar itself, where I won this free copy that you and Jump Steady and Nathan Ninja signed for me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's incredible that all that when you had that first copy. I was listening to that actually. You said that you had the two copies of the one that you had been playing, which I think a lot of people have ended up doing that, like collectors of the flavor. Because what I found, right, is people with Morton's lists, if you play them a while, eventually they can fall apart, which is a result of the game absorbing so much karma that physically it can't contain it. Just the paper itself is, it's just not strong enough. And so, they have one that is like your prestige copy that's like, shelf ready. And then, the actual one that you can use on quests. Definitely super dope. Let me get set up here. I can't see people's chats. I don't know what people are actually saying in the chats.
There's a comment section here in StreamYard. I don't know if you can see that.
Yes. Okay, and then this comment section, I see it. Yeah, this is all new to me. I did not know about StreamYard.
Yeah,
it's really fresh flavor that gives it the simultaneous streaming.
Yeah, we're currently live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch, and we're actually on 2 Facebook pages, 2 YouTube pages, 1 Twitch page, and also on a private Facebook group that's just people that are following my artwork.
Well, big what up to everybody out there in the corporate-controlled social media space.
Yes.
Don't let them hold you down. Don't enter the incorrect hashtags, and don't hold the wrong political views. And you can continue to watch this type of high-quality programming that we are doing our best to bring directly to you out there all over the internet.
It's so true. Listen, Tall Jess.
What up, 13 Tumblr?
It is an honor to have you on the show, and obviously, Morton's List 20th anniversary is the reason that we got you here. But I do want to just kind of briefly run through some of your greatest hits for the audience, because maybe someone doesn't know. For the least informed in the chat, you have contributed your flavor, your artwork, and your talents to the Juggalo scene, going all the way back to the Bizarre board game inside the liner notes of the.
Oh yeah. It's interesting to give people some context. I mean, I'm not the biggest self promoter in the world. Actually, and even Morton's List, we've always kind of let it be a game that if it finds you and you're receptive to that frequency, it will take you places that no other game will or can. But it's never been a game that we've advertised or really pushed as such. And I think that reflects a little bit on me. I'm actually kind of not a big advertisement kind of person. But I feel that as experiences happen directly, and as you and I, you meaning the audience and I, are here right now, this is where the communication takes place. It's not advertisements or promotion or whatever. It's just us speaking about experiences that happen. But so my story, it's wild to think about now kind of who the Wicked Clowns are in the macro sense. I mean, this is, a band that has now been, parodied on Saturday Night Live, on, like name brand TV shows, and just to see it. And then, so to me, consider my perspective is, some years ago, I was actually in high school. I just started to go to Ferndale High School, and I had some sick Bo Jackson era cross trainers. If you remember, Nike had these sick cross trainers with his Velcro strap. So anyways, this one guy had the same shoes, and we got to talking about shoes, whatever. His name was Jeff Daly. We got to talking about Dungeons & Dragons, and he was like, nah, I don't really fuck with that. But I can put you in touch with a guy named Joe Utzler who plays Dungeons & Dragons. And I was like, fuck yeah, I'm down. And then Joey's like, yeah, fucking I play a bit. And fucking we got this fresh dungeon master named Alex Abbas. And he has these fucking wild stories, and he creates the whole flavor, whatever. And then so we met, but there's a bunch of other ninjas too. But I mean that is kind of my introduction, to who would become, the architects of the Dark Carnival. And so kind of fast forward, some very early days, and then so see it, yes, fucking seeing it. I mean, I remember, no exaggeration, fucking Joe had his actual like Hitmaster dual cassette flavor where he would buy every hip hop cassette single he could find on cassette, play it and get like the instrumental off of Ice Cube track or whatever, and then record his own lyrics over it. And this is kind of like proto basement cuts, like pre-basement cuts. Like he was working up to basement cuts, if you know what I'm saying.
Right.
And at that time, we all tried to rap. I couldn't rap to save my fucking life. So I couldn't hold a beat. I loved hip hop. I always still love hip hop. But I'm not a rapper. I'm not wired that way or whatever. Maybe some of the other clowns are either, but that didn't stop them. That's not my point. The to see the whole thing, and then small glimpses are kind of documented. Like there's actually some very early kind of airbrushed work of some really early ICP posters, like kind of like old school flavor. And that was actually me and Joey were actually learning airbrushing, and so we'd airbrush in my mom's backyard. Like so we're just working on flavor making, like OG, like definitely like trying to get the language and is it about clowns and it's really. And then a really good example is some of the early proto photographs. You see there's a gold and black clown suit with kind of one of the first appearances of like a juggalo looking kind of ninja. And this is like Inner City Posse era. They hadn't even become the wicked clowns yet. They weren't really clowns, in that evolution, right? And then so that clown suit was actually sewn by my beloved grandmother, who basically then kind of had an idea for a clown suit. Joe was like fresh. I don't know what happened to that clown suit. Joe may still have it. It may be gone for a while now. But so kind of, so just to kind of like be in that world, kind of adjacent to it, and then seeing it, just kind of turning from like a glimmer of, living out your dream as a rapper. I mean, since that, I've known Joe. Granted, we're not as close as we had been, years ago. We haven't talked as much, obviously, being a full-time rap superstar and all that. But within that world, to kind of see him undergo this self-transformation, and to know who he was as Joe Bruce, and kind of this guy, he's got this red hair and like a mullet, and really trying to be cool and trying to be a rapper and trying to be all these things, and a really intense, emotional person with a vision for art and and just driven, right, to do flavor, and to kind of see him take all the things that he loved, Michael Jackson, wrestling, kind of Ice Cube style, aggressive rap, and obviously the Ghetto Boys influence, and to take all that and kind of swirl it around and imagine something that simply didn't exist before. This whole idea of being a juggalo is kind of like, prior to that, you couldn't actually, there wasn't a thing for it. There wasn't language for it. There wasn't a look or a uniform or things an identity. There wasn't any of that. And so to see, that whole journey has just been extremely exciting. But I mean, so within that, then, so that kind of led to various projects. Steve and I did costumes early on. Helped with graphic design for some early banners. Kind of bizarre era. Did a board game. Did art for Quest for Shangri-La. I mean, it's kind of this list goes on and on as far as kind of my involvements. And then kind of even things that I like to talk about. Kind of that are beyond that world. It's definitely a lot to kind of show me the idea of kind of living for your dreams, and following the type of person that you imagine yourself being. It's kind of what kind of the whole clown's journey is. It's going to be two kind of generic kids in this kind of semi-suburbs to being internationally recognized actual fucking rappers with platinum plaques, music videos, everything that you want to do as a rapper. Something you set out on this journey and you just attain it, and to have that legacy and have that influence, and to have now millions of people worldwide, to have literally hundreds of bands, maybe even 1,000 bands at this point, inspired by the wicked shit, just like wicked bands, just like all over. It's like a genre, it's like, and it's directly like they were like the evolution, the mutation musically, it's like kind of going this way, and they're like, what about this kind of Detroit style wicked shit, and to see that, and to just kind of be like weirdly close to it, kind of, but and oddly like internet times and peripheral to it. Obviously, I've been living in New York City for a while, and kind of living very different life too. It's definitely been extremely exciting. Also, I wanted to comment earlier. I was listening to your excerpt from your earlier shows, and that was an incredible piece of musical journalism. I think the whole sequence where you're talking about that set where everybody's crawling over you and you're like getting pushed down or whatever. And I was like, it was super hyped to me. I really liked that side of it. You really felt like you were like in it.
You can relate maybe because I had long hair 20 years ago. Because I was in college, I could get away with it, and I cut it after college. But now I'm back to long hair again, and but I'm not fighting my way up to the front row like I did when I was in my 20s.
This is actually new for me. I'm normally a short-haired person. My ideal state is actually shorn. I like to be cleanly shorn. But people say I look like an inmate. or a white supremacist or something. It's a little bit intense, but the practicality is perfect. So kind of I've taken this opportunity to actually grow my hair, see what it's about. It's hot, it's sweaty, it's a lot of maintenance, but I feel a little more like it's like a 1700s kind of vibe that I'm going for, kind of like a Master and Commander. You know, if you can get down with that type of look.
Yeah, I decided to go full Viking and just embrace my Norwegian heritage, specifically like, you know, because now I'm like in a gym. I'm trying to work out and get in shape and stuff. It's like a midlife crisis attempt to, you know, actually take care of myself. And, you know, so it's been a trip, you know, just kind of like no longer in my dirty 30s, you know.
Oh yeah. That was some time ago for me. I mean, yeah, I don't think about my own, you know, beginning and end point on this planet too much. But I've definitely been confronted with the idea of 20 years of Morton's List in a very real way, and that's a very significant chapter. You know, it's kind of like looking at, you know, kind of like when it started is, you know, very concrete. It wasn't publicly available. People started to get the game. People started to play it. You know, have quest experiences, and then kind of what, you know, that first decade kind of journey was about. Kind of culminating in 2012, and then now, you know, just recently, actually, you know, kind of almost like, you know, wrapping that chapter up. Actually, we you know, a lot of the games that were remaining, the last of those games, were finally all moved. There are simply no more games, you know, publicly available, really outside those in private hands, and so that's kind of all, you know, all part of a 20-year culmination.
Yeah,
that's just been really exciting. And then now, especially too, you know, people have been showing up and, you know, really having a lot of very intensely personal testimonials, kind of about what, you know, the game has brought to their lives. You know, people that have attributed it to all types of crazy things, and I feel deeply flattered, and I don't quite know how to take it. But people that are like, yeah, like Morton's List saved my life. You know, Morton's List is how I met my wife, and just real heavy shit. You know, it's just like they're really like their life was impacted in a significant way that really seemed, you know, that was profound to them. You know, I was in no position to deny. You know, that's how they felt that the game had enhanced their deal. Obviously, I was happy to be part of it.
Yeah.
And so that's really, you know, been extremely, you know, joyous, and just, you know, just the karma is pure karma of the highest level. I mean, that's kind of the karma that we'd always talked about in Morton's List, right? It's the flavor that you put into it is the karma that you ultimately create, and then the outcome of the experience is elevated as a result. And so that's been really intense. And actually, yeah, even doing the events, you know, on Tuesday, then kind of afterwards, you know, it's such kind of a karmic high, and then afterwards I had a bit of a hangover. And actually, I know if you hear my voice a little bit scratchy. I was concerned yesterday that it might be against some of the Delta variant, but I don't think it's that. I think it's just a regular, I was breathing through a bad mask. I think I might fuck myself up a little bit, because I still have a sense of smell. I don't have any like nausea shit. You know, none of the other COVID shit. I'm not having any of that.
Right.
But yeah, but it was a little, yesterday was a little bit touchy, but it'll be a lot better today. So.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Hey, you know what? I'm gonna throw Scotty Balls on the panel, because I know I know he took part in the stream on Tuesday on the 13th.
Oh yeah.
Here we are. What's up, man?
Hey, what up, brother? Hell yeah, Scotty. How's it going?
What's up? How you doing?
Oh, doing real good, man.
Good. It's been a very, very interesting show today, man. It's brought back a lot of memories of that first gathering.
Yeah, and Scotty Balls was there as well 20 years ago. Yeah. That was your first gathering?
Kind of glaring, but
yeah. Oh man, no, nice. Oh man, I love those things. Yeah, those fucking aluminum. Yeah, the aluminum flavor. Those are such nice stories.
Yeah, it almost.
Oh yeah.
If there's one thing Insane Clown Posse understands, is the power of merchandise and production value. And by making all these like little extra like flavors and badges, and, you know, it's created such a unique, I think, precedent for independent band. You know, to have that, I think, vision and attention to detail. For, you know, things like that, you know, and I think they just say that kind of that, you know, that medallion, I think is a good example of it. You know, some people remember the ill-fated psycho coins. You know, it was a very experimental concept, but it was just cool. You know, it was kind of dumb actually, and maybe a little bit sneaky, but really cool. You know, it was just like they had these coins and this whole thing. Anyways, yeah, so you know, that's kind of my you know, reminiscing, right? It's the whole idea of like 20 years with, you know, clown madness,
right.
How it has enhanced my life certainly, and the amazing people that I have, you know, met because of that.
I feel like it took no time at all for me to be completely like just engulfed in the Juggalo world. So 20 years ago, I was like as down as I would ever be, and I just never wavered. But it was on. Like I gave that college speech on the Dark Carnival just before going to my first gathering, all before the drops, you know, like with that anticipation of the Wraith coming out, or of the 6th. Sorry, we didn't even know what it was called.
Yeah, exactly. It was a silhouette. I know. So, I mean, again, that's the brilliance. What other band in the world would even dare to do something like that? You know, just to come out with your first album and be like, in 6 albums, the world is going to end, you know, and fucking get ready. I mean, it's so audacious. And then, and then finally. So what?
It's so extra.
Oh, it's exactly. Yeah, it's way beyond. It's like a true, like an architect of like a vision of like just like not just like a concept album, but like a concept set of albums. I mean, it's way beyond anything. You know, even somebody is like, you know, even like Pink Floyd or somebody like that. You know, like they had like an album kind of you know, but it's not fucking like 6 albums that finally, but actually there's a surprise 7th album. But, you know, so it's just incredible to me that he really, you know, to bring all that and to make it real. You know, it's one thing to dream something, but another thing to build that thing brick by brick, in this case, Juggalo by Juggalo, and to turn it into the actual thing that we've seen and continue to see. You know, there's
they did it in the music. They put like little throwbacks, references, you know, shouting out their boys, and in the beginning, not knowing it made me want to learn. So I was like, it was almost like scavenger hunting throughout the songs, being like, I recognize this from a previous album, and you know that. I enjoyed that aspect of it. Like the albums themselves were just chock full of Easter eggs.
Oh yeah, it's just depth, just so much depth. You know, there's the layers. You know, obviously, you know, one of the early ones that people started to notice was 17. You know, it's like, but I mean, like the first few albums, it was like it just kind of like, and by like the 5th or 6th time, you know, and then you're like, huh. You know, and then now it's like an institution. It's like the 17 is the official Juggalo number, basically. You know, but I mean, that's the thing. Just kind of see it, you know, just from like a random kind of number to turn into a thing, and then you know, kind of here we are with 17.
You could say that escalated quickly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. Exactly.
And you know, there were bands I listened to that kind of did stuff similar to that, where, like for example, Steven Tyler of Aerosmith would sometimes throw lyrics into songs that were actually references to old classic Aerosmith songs that you only knew if you listened to their whole back catalog.
Right, like the deep lore kind of stuff.
Yeah, you know, there'd just be a moment where like he'd say "Cry Me a River," and it's like, yo, that's the name of a song from in the 70s, but he's saying it in the 90s and stuff like that, you know. And that's what I picked up on that with ICP, and it's something that I was already paying attention to with bands that were had longevity, you know, because they've evolved. And it's like Aerosmith had a comeback in the 80s. You know, they fell off and they came back, and so I used to listen to that shit back when I was a kid. You know, I grew up on that.
Nice. Yeah, I can see it in your graphic design. I noticed the Aerosmith inspired logo there.
Oh yeah, no shit.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, it's subtle. It's subtle. I know.
Oh, by the way, I got the best comment. Just like what was it, Scotty? Like a week ago, 2 weeks ago. On the flyer, I think it was the last episode. This guy was going off on the comments about how I'm ripping off Aerosmith and their lawyers and they're come suing me. I'm like, first of all, I'm not even selling anything. Second of all, yeah. So I gotta watch out for those Aerosmith lawyers breathing down my neck.
It's homage, motherfucker. It's homage.
But yo, I'm proud of that. Like I made that myself. Like I did all the graphic design.
Nice.
You know, put my name in there and perpetrating like I'm Aerosmith. That's how I roll. We got a really good one for Def Leppard as well, where I got BeastMaster written in the Def Leppard font with the hysteria background. I recreated it from scratch in Illustrator. I really am a fan of your artwork, man. Like your illustrations for the Quest for Shangri-La are brilliant. How you've captured like all of the major characters and got them, you know, in just it's so fresh, you know.
As an illustration project, yeah, to me it was, you know, at the time I wasn't even thinking about what the project really was. You know, it was kind of crazy. I was in school at the time. I was always very college focused. So obviously the clowns weren't. So I was actually in school at the time. It was summer, and Rob was doing Quest for Shangri-La, and I didn't really realize at the time, but essentially what we had created is kind of like a super capsule portrait of kind of everything in Psychopathic, kind of in that era, so it's like all the artists, all the things, tons inside jokes, kind of like all the stuff that was like contemporary to that. And like all of it was just drawn. So it was basically like me at that time. I was just kind of starting to get into marijuana and was smoking and drawing a lot of that and really just kind of being guided by the Dark Carnival. It's got a bold nice. Yeah, just kind of being guided by the Dark Carnival, drawing that stuff, and really, getting into my, because I always loved pen and ink. There was actually all, hand illustrations, nothing really digital about it, a little bit of After Effects. But each one of those is an individual hand-drawn, hand-colored illustration. That was basically shrunk down graphic design or whatever. Some people that have been out there, anybody who does any of the various, kind of Juggalo sales and stuff. I see DC17. I'll answer your question in 1 second. But yeah, but anybody who has done any of the various kind of sites of Psychopathic memorabilia, I have released some independent illustrations, kind of that style from Quest for Shangri-La in alternate colorways. I've sold some Morton's List illustrations, kind of a range of them, and to me it's been deeply honoring, to kind of see how much people appreciate the work, how much people appreciate Quest for Shangri-La, and want that stuff. So it's always fun. To kind of, create something that somebody really gets and enjoys it. That to me, that's I think some of the most worthwhile work, if you want to call it that someone can do. Because so much I think people's work is very, kind of misfocused. You're kind of doing something abstract. You don't know who it's helping. You don't know what it's for. You probably don't want to be even doing it. And then the people who get it probably don't even appreciate it that much either. It's kind of like, are you actually making the world, are you bringing joy to people? Is it making it fresher? Most of the time, not the case, unfortunately. So to me, to be able to, to speak with juggalos and they request flavor and like, yeah, it's like, oh wow, I want a picture of Hack Benjamin. It's like, oh, fucking definitely, like, super fresh. We draw Hack Benjamin in the Quest for Shangri-La style, super fun. And then they have a fresh picture request for, Hack Benjamin, and then I get to do something I really like doing. And so to me, it's been great, kind of, that type of thing. And then even, to kind of do this, plug myself a little bit, to even if you guys want to see out there my current Instagram stuff. I don't know if you can post this.
I can. What's it called again?
It is called Jynabare. Jynabare is my Instagram account. And it's kind of been an exploration of this kind of vector illustration style, kind of a little bit like girly, kind of goth inspired kind of stuff with vibrant colors, sexual undertones, and it kind of extends out of some science fiction writing that I've done. Kind of these are sort of stylized characters that might be. And yes, it's got the fresh book. Hell yeah. And then that's the first printing cover. Actually, if you guys go to Amazon.com, you can see there is an updated cover art, especially for the electronic version. And then so this kind of all stems out of that. I kind of, I've always done illustration, even from the earliest Morton's List stuff, a lot of those vector icons that people may be familiar with, even kind of, in Scotty's background, you can actually see some of that. So that was some of my earliest vector stuff, kind of like learning those tools. And then so this is kind of the stuff that I've been into more recently. I'm kind of getting this like tricolor kind of effect, logo design. It's going into the deeper
I
stuff.
recognize that. I have a sticker of this from the Gathering, I think. And I also have some stuff. Was it Druglord stickers?
Oh yeah.
And I have never played Druglord. I actually would really like to get a copy of that. I know some ninjas who have played it though.
Oh yeah, it's funny to mention that Druglord is currently sold out. And I've been using this opportunity to develop Druglord International Edition, which actually builds upon everything that I've learned from the first release. Because really, I believe I'm a big advocate of iterative game design. So the first release and the first print, it was really great to kind of get the game ready. Obviously it's a final complete game. I stand by it. It's a great game. But within that one, I started to see kind of other elements of international drug trade modeling that I think could be handled for greater excitement and a little bit more realistically. And so the new version is pulling into that. What I'm going to do, I actually want to put some announcements out there. I'm actually going to be looking for playtesters, and if people do tabletop simulator. There will actually be tabletop simulator playtestings of the new Druglord, because that's the dystopian future that we live in. It's actually easier to tell a board game essentially, and then basically gather around a table. You can make digital assets, kind of figure it out. And that's long before you don't have to actually like script any of the higher level tabletop simulator stuff. But it kind of get, especially I'm still in alpha phase, trying to get to that solid beta phase. Still kind of that's where I am now. But specifically, I'm actually going to do some announcements through Morton's List channels for people that want to play test the new Druglord. I'll be happy to get feedback and learn more about what this final version is supposed to be. Because of course, game, you can only imagine it so much in your mind before you have to start getting it in front of other people, and then hearing all the things that you don't want to hear about your game, but are ultimately important towards making it a better game. So that's definitely that's a part of the process that you have to face that courageously, or else your game isn't going to be as good as it needs to be, I think. So.
I've seen pictures of Hatchet Rob playing Druglord, and I was jealous as fuck.
Oh yeah. Also, real quick, going back to the post earlier, BC17. Currently, this gathering, I wish I could say with confidence. Last year, obviously, many of you know, was just a terrible fucking year. Maybe it'd be best if we didn't talk about it too much. This year, I'm still coming off of a lot of that. And so I really don't know about what my own gathering plans are, specifically because I have some more immediate, close family plans, which are kind of in that same window that are competing. And so that's kind of coming out of some very difficult calls. I was definitely at last year's gathering, or well, not last year's gathering, but gathering.
Last gathering.
The last gathering that happened. So this year, I don't know. Like, to me, I never try to force it. It's like if the window opens up, and I'm brought to the gathering, then boom, I'm at the gathering, and I'm like, wow, I'm surprised to be here, devastating. I'm so happy to see you all. But I don't know if this year specifically that will be happening. Not to get into it, but it seems like there's, not a huge emphasis on gaming. Kind of unfortunately this year, I don't have a new product release, which I'd very much like to have, or even a testable product, which also would keep it together in a designated, kind of DCG game style pavilion, which isn't happening this year.
Right.
And so kind of a number of things are kind of keeping me a little bit at bay. But DC17, hit me up. I'll be happy to pick your brain about whatever it is you want to talk about, because I'm very accessible and I love to talk about game design, and I love to talk to people who like Morton's List. So we can definitely figure that out and get some kind of conversation going about what your preferred topics are. Definitely.
Do you know?
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Do you know if anybody is planning on holding a Morton's List quest at the gathering?
Yes, in fact, yeah, you should definitely. And then I'm going to promote this through Morton's List channels. But I'm quite confident that Mutant is planning to be there and to do some stuff. Also, Ian is doing his kind of mystery event. So if you can track him down and get an invite, he's definitely doing some stuff. I know we were in contact earlier, and so there's definitely Morton's List happening organically. That's always been the case, at the gathering, is that whether or not I'm involved or whether or not anybody's involved, there's usually Morton's List happening somewhere, kind of in the shadows and behind the scenes, or in a field at midnight, as may be the case sometimes. And so you can definitely find Morton's List at the gathering. That's no question. To definitely kind of poke around.
I was just going to say, I want to have Carnival Spirits host a Morton's List event at the gathering.
Oh fuck! This year. You totally should. You guys totally should.
So I'm trying to get the ball rolling on that. I just didn't know if other people were, planning on doing it also, and I don't know, maybe we could combine them. I don't know.
Yes. Seeing the chaos graphic here. Oh, that's nice. Yes, that's kind of, and again, all this vector graphics that kind of brought me into, kind of learning a little bit of motion graphics. You can see all the kind of Morton's List graphic design here. I've been very much obviously influenced, by the kind of like synthwave kind of gradient aesthetics. You can see lots of purple and teal. I've been really into that for a while now. And this is an early animated kind of a Wheel of Karma. We've never had an animated one before. So that was a lot of fun. I learned the power of null objects. I don't know if there's any any video motion graphic people out there. But a null object is the thing which is not a thing. So you can attach an object to a thing that doesn't exist, and make that thing that doesn't exist do stuff, and then we can kind of create these kind of motion effects like this. So it's kind of there's 14 independently moving objects.
Hell yeah.
In that one, for example.
That's what's up.
Oh yeah, this is a hand illustration work. Yeah, this is from the Quest for Shangri-La.
So dope. It's so dope. It's
the actual Morton's list, like an actual physical. It's on hide with bones. And it's like a real thing. So anybody who has played Morton's list can sign it, and then you're part of this actual like a literal Morton's list kind of event.
Wow.
Artifact.
That is something else.
Oh yeah. There's all these like props. Well, there's always been kind of this intentionally occultist kind of aesthetic that Morton's list is cultivated. And even in the book cover, right, you kind of see where it's like an all black starry kind of thing. And it's like a little bit like kept kind of opaque or a little bit made a little bit spookier, I think, than maybe it actually inherently is. But I think what's to me kind of the idea is that I think within Morton's list there certainly is spookiness, and there's kind of it approaches the unknown. It's very comfortable with the unknown, kind of the unexplained and kind of even the darker sides of reality. So it's very comfortable with that. So I think if you can't handle that, then maybe Morton's list could actually be frightening to you. If you want a game that's only going to be like calm shit, then Morton's list, may not. It's not going to be that. It's like whatever you think it is, it's probably going to be something different than that. And so, kind of this aesthetic, I think is kind of, it's a little bit of a, kind of, it warns people a little bit of, what you're about to get into, might not be like just like a regular, like a brightly colored, fun style card game, like you might think of. But what's interesting is that I think that's helped as much as hindered kind of the whole thing. And that the people that get Morton's list and, kind of it can find, the real value in it, or the experiences in it, those people really get it. But then kind of there's not a lot of people that are like casual Morton's list players so much. It's people who might play it, do something that scares them a little bit, and then they won't play it again, or kind of, and again, that says a lot about them. I'm not even saying that's bad for them or that, that they're missing out really. But it just says that they like a small world of, well-defined little spaces, the things that they know and like, and that's what they like to do. And most people do that. Most people live in a very small space. And so Morton's list is like, what if, instead of doing the 10 things that you usually do on a typical day, what if you thought about any possible thing it is that you could do? And then you're like, what does anything mean? And it's like, well, that's what the game kind of asks you, and it confronts you with that right after that. It's like all of a sudden, the game is like, all right, are you going to go running? And everybody's like, fucking, when's the last time I ran? Did I run when I was 10? Fucking, I think I'm going to fuck my knee up. And then all of a sudden you're kind of confronted with that, what is running even about? And then you can figure it out. It's like, well, maybe we can't run. Maybe we should need to find a running video game, if that's kind of more our speed, or people that are like, maybe this is a sign that, running is going to transform my life for positive, and you can bring running into your life in a way, that maybe that to think about that, or even, ask yourself, somebody that maybe that used to run, got out of it, or got injured or something, and then they're like, man, maybe this is, kind of a time to rethink about that again. So, I mean, for example, but it can be anything, right? It could be, macrame, it could be illustration, it could be, debating your friends, it could be seeing a movie you haven't seen. And all these things are presented equally and randomly. And that's where, people that get that and people that are open to that, I think exactly like, he's got a fresh black magic wand, right? Exactly. Recently, there was like a black magic crafts quest in which you're basically crafting black magic items. It's not to say that we're trying to like evoke fucking demons or kind of blaspheme the Lord or anything like that. But in the name of entertainment, in the name of fun and creative self-expression. I was kind of complimenting on your dope DCG. Yeah, that's the Tom Wood 2.0 DCG. Oh yeah, it's a very, very nice piece of ink, certainly. Which is DC 17 has a question. I wonder what would happen if you did Randonautica and let them play Morton's list at the coordinates particular. Oh, that's interesting. So so kind of the Randomnautica, where it's a randomly determined location kind of thing. I'm kind of familiar with it. It's interesting. I don't know. It's so strange bringing even Morton's list and other random kind of groups together. I mean, of course, it makes sense that that's where the inner circle would play. Is that first you determine a random location. and then you'd show up there and do something random, kind of for maximum randomness. I mean, statistically, you're most likely living in the ocean somewhere, I guess, or unless they limit it to land. But that's, the concept is fascinating, definitely. I think that's, even now we have more computer tools for randomization than previously. If you consider, Morton's List is very much an artifact when it was created and when it was, mostly, that first decade or so, was very much of a 1.0, Web 1.0 era. Kind of like pre-social media, definitely pre-camera phones. Kind of the whole idea of people having a personal level of ultra powerful computing technology. Just in a lot of ways changed quests and made a lot of quests way easier. But so kind of kind of keep that in mind. The whole idea of you need to research Morton's List. You need to research that. You need to be able to research the internet to even create Morton's List, or have the internet handy. While playing the quest, it's really helpful a lot of times. It's kind of whatever you're looking into. It's kind of like where you can get some more information. You can get rules for a game. You can find a restaurant. You can find showings in your area. Whatever it is that you may need for the quest at hand, you can find. Is Walmart open right now? And all of a sudden you can go there and fucking get your quest supplies and be underway. And so it's great to be able to see all that. But there's even more technology that gives all this new levels of, I think, of connectivity for people who are who want to find others to play Morton's List with. And then even what I've been doing with Twitch, for people who have been following that. Morton's List, twitch.tv /Morton's List official, is figuring out how to bring people together who aren't in the same physical location, which is that that's kind of the dawn of Morton's List. And Morton's List, as it was first conceived, of course, is that you and 5 to 7 of your homies are in a room at a table somewhere, like a physical table, like a gaming table. You roll the quest. You figure it out, and you head out from there. Kind of like, because we're all kind of tabletop role play gamers, so kind of like how D&D looks like visually. It's kind of what Morton's List looks like visually. There's a book, there's a die, and there's nerds sitting at a table. And then so kind of within that, but then what happens after that is completely different. Morton's D&D, you're kind of like, all right, you roll the dice and it's like, all right, fucking boom, all right, fucking hit the dragon, all right, fucking dragon fucking wins initiative, and fucking you're dead now. So there's a whole other game. Whereas Morton's List, it's like, all right, let's fucking, we're some nerds at this table. We just rolled a die. The game told us to go get dates, and you're like, and then you're like, fuck, and then like these 5 nerds that were like normally would have been very comfortable playing D&D, are like, we got to go talk to girls now. The game is, and it's like, well, fuck, and then you do it, and then you're like, and maybe somebody actually gets a number, maybe somebody gets late, maybe if anything, somebody feels more comfortable talking to girls. I think you grow as a person. So I mean, not speaking from experience for nerds of a certain age, but I'm just saying, this is kind of the type of things that can happen within Morton's List. That I think not a lot of other games put you in those types of situations. But the thing is the crucial part is you have to be open to being put in those situations. Right. Which is kind of what's unique about it. And that's the whole thing of kind of the openness and the receptivity to the possibilities in Morton's List. Is what allows you to have these experiences. I think that can allow you to kind of do things beyond what you normally do and actually, grow as a person, or at least evolve, grow, or whatever word you may choose.
I like that.
But yeah, so I mean, that's kind of what it is. It's about it's real life things that actually happen. Point being, where I was going with all this is that that's kind of Morton's List as it was invented, as it was played, kind of for the first 15 years, 17 years, whatever, and then we noticed that actually people started keeping like open quests where you could tune into a Facebook channel or even a voice channel or a voicemail and call and get quests just there. It's kind of like, I need a quest, and you kind of like you just log in and somebody's there, with a chat or with voicemail, I'll give you the information. And to me that was a very interesting way of playing Morton's List. I hadn't really thought about that, kind of in our conception of it. And then I started seeing people on Twitch doing Dungeons and Dragons through Zoom, essentially, where they bring a Zoom call in, host it through OBS, and then basically doing remote Dungeons and Dragons. And that, to me, that's when the light bulb went off. And I was like, well, if you can do Dungeons and Dragons like this, you can do Morton's List like this, kind of the same way. It's kind of like, if Morton's List is analogous to people seated at a table, and then you roll a quest and do it, then Twitch, you can have people at a table all over the earth. It could be at basically 15 different tables or 5 different tables or whatever, all around, and they all kind of create this virtual table together. And so we've been doing Morton's List on that platform specifically. So, it's great. So then actually, it's given us, a lot of OG Morton's List players have reconnected. We've been playing semi-regularly. There's kind of a groups. Some people make it, some people don't. You know, it's kind of it's a pool of people that really bring a lot of karma and energy and flavor to it. And I think it's, you know, and again, it's a version of Morton's List. You know, and I can't say, you know, I wish I could say, but I can't say that it's, you know, necessarily as good as full real life Morton's List, you know, in the wild or whatever. But I feel as far as a video game version of Morton's List, you know, it is incredibly interesting. You know, it's just the things that happen, the things that are created. You know, but there's still, you know, there's something about playing Morton's List in the real world, I think, with actual, you know, physical people in a room. And the things that you can do in real life that you simply can't do online. And so much is lost, unfortunately, due to the nature of online interaction. I mean, like, you know, like we can't slapbox, you know, for example. You know, and so it's like, you know, suddenly your question, slapboxing, how do you virtually slapbox? You know what I mean? Then and the next thing you know, you're trying to figure out like some gaming, you know, is everybody suddenly on Xbox? You know, then suddenly you're having an unarmed brawl at Xbox. You know, when in reality, you probably should have been like physically fighting each other, which is the whole spirit of Morton's List. So I mean, things like that, you know, it's kind of, you're inserting the digital, you know, you're inserting all these kind of, you know, corporate platforms, you know, not to, again, my anti-corporatism has come through a little bit. But, you know, kind of, so all these are kind of, you know, these technologies insert themselves into the quest that, you know, obviously it makes things possible that wouldn't ordinarily be possible. But I think something is diminished in the translation, I think. Yeah, Silent J says keeps $10 in custom money quest pops off. That's the thing. Yeah, whatever, you never know. You might have those expenses. I mean, yeah, so originally I want to say Morton's List was $6. And then so adjusted for inflation. Actually, just inflation's gone up. So we should probably actually, I could see what the exchange rate is from 2001 $6 to today. And what is that difference? It's a very good question. I can make it an immediate.
I like how you put together like this collage of pictures, and on the second page on the bottom right hand corner, I'm actually in the screenshot.
Oh yeah.
I see you.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, this was like I wanted to do like kind of like a 2-page collage that was kind of like the, you know, the 2 decades of Morton's List kind of. You know, so I mean, there's a lot of layers within there. You know, you kind of really see, you know, kind of like, you know, from some of the early gatherings, you know, some of the artifacts that were created. You actually see there's a picture of me in a dope Azure shirt, back for those who followed Azure at the time, with 2 of our early booth girls. Actually, yeah, we had a couple of booth girls. Our buddy Alexander, who's the first loyal henchman of the Twilight Lord. Jump Steady, that's fresh. I got it for a cheap hat, shirt and hat, which I never quite understood that message, but I always thought it was super funny. He's still with his homegirl. He's got the Morton's List jersey. Yeah, there's a picture of Nathan at Burning Man there. There's a picture, and this is kind of from some of the first crowds that started showing up for some of these midnight quests. And we were just, you know, floored by the turnout, you know, just like, you know, tons of people that would show up for Morton's List. And they were, you know, they were exhausted. They were definitely high as hell. They were dirty, and they were there for fucking the karma of Morton's List. You know, just late at night, just wild energy. You know, people were there just to fucking, you know, to do something. They didn't know what, but something. You know, there was so much energy ready to be focused in truly any direction. You know, and to me, that was extremely exciting. You know, just to kind of see that idea that they didn't know what they were going to be doing, but they were ready to do it. You know, and to me, that's really what I think the essence of Morton's List is. You know, the whole idea that you're there, you're bringing it. You know, you got your intensity, your seriousness, you're ready to do it, whatever it is, but you don't know what it is. You know, so to me, that's, you know, I think that's kind of, it says a lot about, you know, the nature of willpower, the nature of focus, or the nature of, you know, kind of intent, or whatever you want to call it. You know, you have this ability to summon your energy and direct it, you know, toward wherever it is that the energy is directed towards. You know, it's not like just the things that you would normally do, or just the things that somebody tells you to do, but kind of this thing that just sort of emerges, you know, kind of spontaneously from the game. You interpret it and take that and run with it, you know, in whatever direction that is. And so, yeah, so kind of seeing the, you know, these early, especially, you know, kind of the first like 5 gatherings, like, yeah, like you know, gathering, especially, and then the gathering 3. I mean, that's when, you know, Morton's List was been out. People knew what it was, and so people were really ready to. So that, you know, those gathering events, we started having, you know, official Morton's List events. Even some of our larger quests, you know, had like just tons of kind of all of our Ninja Clan showdown kind of stuff from that era. People that remember all that, and you know, so to really see that energy and that excitement, you know, it was really just so energizing. You know, it was such a huge reward I think, for obviously, tons of energy, tons of research, tons of uncertainty that we put into this game. It's kind of just hoping it would be fresh. We just wanted to create something truly, our own, with very little artistic compromise, and to really hope that we could entertain people in the way that we had been entertained by this type of game. And then to finally be met with that, that actually people, came back to us. And even in those early years, that kind of 3 to 5 years, when a lot of people were like really getting Morton's for the first time, playing it with regularity and really seeing, I think, a lot of the really incredibly unexpected outcomes. I think that people, were just floored by how new every quest can be. It's kind of like things, granted, people that play Mortals like tons and tons and tons. I mean, there are patterns that start to emerge, of course. And obviously, you're going and finding art supplies in the middle of the night, or kind of you're talking to strangers, or you're doing dumb stunts, or kind of like things like that. But they recombine and they kind of go in new ways. And even within that, there are still entirely new quests that that you don't know where it's going to lead. You never do, because the die can point in so many different directions, and those interpretations can be so varied, especially based on the group that you're playing with. And I found, if anything, the only time that I've ever really felt, this is as obviously a very lifelong Morton's player, probably played longer than most living humans through development and everything. And to me, there's a few really weird quests that were eerily similar to previous quests, where it's like we rolled the same thing, almost with the same inner circle, in the same location, and it was like weird, it was really weird. And but it kind of told me that exactly. It kind of told me though that the set and setting is a huge part of that. It's kind of like if you're playing in the same place and you're talking to the same people, kind of the same types of things that might start to emerge. So kind of within that variance or within that randomness, that's kind of been finding new people in the inner circle, or even getting different perspectives. Like just something as small as that can really re-trigger a whole new kind of interpretation of what may be kind of a classic or time-tested quest.
What was your most exciting quest?
I see that, DC-17. Most exciting quest. That is very interesting. I mean, really, an exciting quest recently. This is actually at the gathering not too long ago. It was exciting in that I really didn't know where it was going to lead, and then where it led was ultimately extremely exciting. And then so I like to come out and play Morton's List every so often. Granted, I don't play nearly as much as I would like, other than online. But then this specific gathering, I want to say what was it? The most recent one. I think it was the one before that. So probably 4 years ago. But I want to say it was with Ian in the group. And it was like a midnight style, late night quest, like weirdly late. I had some kind of official obligations that I was beholden to, so I didn't get started until very, very late at night. And then the quest we ended up rolling was, I believe, Snack Bandits or Chillin's Invasion. I'm not sure which, but the outcome is very similar to both of those, in that our quest, as we decided it, was to actively mooch as much food, weed, drink, flavor, everything that we could off of whoever we encountered. And so we were basically like an active mooch mob that just descended on people and just hey, how you guys doing? Hey, you guys got a cooler? Hey, what's this flavor? Oh, you guys eating that? Oh yeah, it's like kind of like dicks, it's like we were pushing it, but it was so fucking funny. And the jugglers that we met, they were into it. They thought it was funny. It's kind of like, hold on, what are you guys fucking doing here? It's hey, what's up, homie? Hey, what you got there? So it's we're kind of just really nudging in on people's flavor. And it was really exciting because you didn't really know, what you were gonna get. It's kind of like as you were trying to find food or fucking finding a Faygo. I think I drank more Faygo in that session than I probably had, in years previous. And so just kind of actively find other people, and then ultimately, the kind of the culmination, and to me, what makes it such a memorable quest, is then chilling. We were mooching, for about an hour. Basically mooching all types of food. And we got fucking hooked up. I was super stoned, super full, and my thirst was quenched completely by the end of that quest, definitely. And then so we're kind of coming up on a hill. It's just about pre-dawn kind of hour, possibly daylight. And we see none other than King Joseph the Bruce himself, chilling in a golf cart, fucking just chilling with his fucking cooler or whatever. And then so we fucking kind of go up and we're like, hey, fucking, and I think I'm trying to remember the circumstances. So basically, but I was kind of chilling in the back, and then the juggalos kind of descended upon him, and the next thing I know, like his fucking cooler was open, and people were trying to get his water out of his cooler, like kind of like scavenging his shit, like pretty aggressively. And he's kind of, whoa, hey, fucking, what are you guys doing or whatever? We're like, oh, fucking, hey, we're trying to get some flavor. And then somebody explained it was Morton's List. And then he was like, oh, Morton's List. And then I stepped out, because I was kind of like, hanging in the back or whatever, because I was kind of letting the quest unfold. I kind of didn't want to, I didn't want to like tip it, because that would, I felt that wouldn't have been like pure mooching if I kind of showed up, hey, Joe, what's going on? Fucking, if we mooch some flavor. That's not really the same type of mooching as it's showing up and mooching as as a spirit quest. And then, then he was like, oh, fucking, oh, you guys are doing fucking Morton's List. Oh, hell yeah. Fucking, oh, fucking, hey, Jess, what's up? And then so it was great. So then I fucking got a chance to chill with Joe for a little bit. Fucking, he had an incredible story about, and kind of in the it was, again, I don't regret many things in my life, but he had this incredible retelling of the Danny Kaye concert, in which they got Danny Kaye to come to the gathering and perform, and it was great. It sounded like there were some problems with it, but then to me it was like an exciting bookend, because I was fortunate enough that I was able to go to Alaska and interview Danny Kaye, at a Golden Corral in Anchorage, Alaska in 2007, and to me, I consider that some of my finest musical journalism that I've yet attained. You guys can find the video of Danny Kaye, Danny Kaye, always excelling. It's kind of and I think to me it's very much like the spirit of Morton's List, of the types of things that can happen in Morton's List. Kind of like, because we didn't really know what was going on. We met some ninjas in Alaska. They were down on Morton's List. They said Alaska is the best place in the world for your game. And I was like, what do you mean? And they're like, well, fucking, it's, we got like 6 months of darkness. Everybody smokes a lot of weed and plays a lot of video games, and they're extremely resourceful people. And Morton's List is fit right into that. There's the whole idea. And then we started talking to people who are like wilderness kind of ninjas that can like make stuff out of, duct tape and baling wire and like improvise flavor. And they were doing these quests. And so we kind of put that together. Danny Kaye happened to be there. We ended up doing this interview, and it was, like I said, check out the video. It explains itself. Very mind-bending stuff. So then, at the end of this quest, this is the foremost, most exciting quest of recent memory, then kind of get Joe's retelling of Danny Kaye. He's like, oh, it's like an avalanche of karma, like a waterfall of karma just falling, just being near Danny Kaye and experiencing rapping. It's this, and now I can totally relate, because it's just thinking about, being near Danny Kaye, sitting across from him at a table, and to, not to spoil it, but basically when he does this human beatboxing, he's a world-class beatboxer. And so, to kind of hear it, kind of Joe's experience with Danny Kaye, my own experience with Danny Kaye, and then the whole idea of kind of, this culmination of this very successful, kind of like mooch mob that we had formed and moved through the gathering, so yeah, that's definitely one of my most, I think, memorable recent stories of Morton's List and the types of things that can happen in the game. That, you just, one thing, you just, you don't even know where you're going. The next thing you know, you're mooching food off people and hanging out with fucking Violent J, and he's giving you water out of his golf cart, and then that's where the game can go. I mean, that's, there's, I don't know, there's many, kind of more accurate descriptions of, what the game can ultimately do if you let it, is the thing.
Right. And this is the video you were talking about? Yeah.
Yeah. So this is right. This is the video. Yeah, you see it's got the Superior Core logo. And basically, yeah, it gives us a little bit of context. Legendary Caucasian hip-hop pioneer Danny Kaye, now calling himself Danny Kaye, an interview. And so basically, so this goes into us, myself, Nathan, actually, Alligator Jesus filmed this, actually. He's the cameraman. And then I was conducting the interview itself. I've edited, it's edited, of course, in the raw footage, and so I don't know how much of my own voice is in it. I don't think too much. But yeah, you can definitely get a sense of what Danny Kaye is about, and a peak of his really incredible beatboxing. And definitely, yeah, he's a ninja, which he's a rapper who transcends irony. Is the thing, is because a lot of people, especially in this day and age, and everybody's, if something's is lame, it's so bad it's good or whatever. So I think Danny Kaye is beyond that, personally. Pardon me. Fuck, that Delta variant. Hold on. Pardon me. But yeah, that's the thing, is to say that Danny Kaye is kind of beyond that. It's not to say that he's so bad it's good, or it's so whack it's fresh, or it's so stiff it's funky, or whatever you want to say. It's kind of like he's his own thing. He's like truly he's just dedicated to his own specific style of rap, and message. And I think there's such an incredible sincerity there that I think it really does it. It puts himself kind of his own class. Granted, is he delusional? Obviously, but I mean, but still, it's still, a true entertainer. He loves hip hop and definitely has a very, very unique message. And that's some of the flavor.
So you're right.
Yeah, see the fresh posts. The fresh posts in there.
I'll put the link in the chat for everybody, and I'll put it in the description of the video too, as well as the official Morton's List Twitch links and Instagram. Any other URLs you want me to include, I will definitely put them there for everybody.
Oh, great! Yeah, I can send you all that stuff. Yeah, there's all types of. I can get my whole social media presence out there. Everything but LinkedIn. I don't. You guys don't need to see my LinkedIn. I haven't really been updating it recently as I'm becoming more and more of a subversive person as the years go by.
Yeah, I'm personally proud of the new link tree that has it's my BeastMasteR stuff, all my music, and I'm using link trees. But yeah, it's been such a blast, like talking with you about all this stuff, and
thanks so much. It's so great to be here. It's so great. I'm honored to be invited. I really am.
So I have to ask you this, all right?
Please.
I know you were watching backstage when I told the story about the mystery seminar and how they were doing some giveaways when people were at trivia questions, and the last giveaway was whoever could catch you and you bolted out the door. What happened? Did anybody catch you and win?
I don't think so. No, I was able to get away. Is the thing. Yeah, being larger and faster than nearly everybody. Although it's interesting because you mentioned that, and I remember everything up to the door closing as you were telling it. And then honestly, it's a little bit blurry because there's a lot. There was so much karma, at that time, and I was in such an extreme present state, and that's where a lot of that stuff I hadn't really thought about it, decades. And so, and then to be, kind of flooded with all these memories of things that, because as you might imagine, I'm a very present-focused person. I mean, Morton's List is always about the present. It's like whatever's happening now, the quest you're on in the present. I mean, that's who you really are. That's where you that's the only reality that exists. Right? And the past is, kind of a memory, and the future is imagination. I mean, the present is reality. But kind of within that, kind of being confronted by all this stuff, it's incredible to kind of think about that level of chaos that I was inviting, right? It was just kind of like, this whole idea of whoever catches it gets it. It's super, and I can tell you that's something that I would do. That's
400 ninjas that were told this. So a lot of people out the door. I didn't, but there was dozens of people that went after you right then.
No, somebody had to have gotten it. Fuck, no, it really is. Yeah, I wish I could remember more clearly. But I mean, the main thing is there's so much energy that I definitely remember the spontaneous somersaults. So the karma was too high, and I had to start somersaulting. So I fucking somersaulted all the way down the whole fucking thing. We had our booth crawls. We had fireworks. We had a packed set. Exactly. Oh, I fucking love that book. I love that book. Yeah, you can open and read it to the official Morton's List event. It was actually it was posted right there. What's up, C+ Studios? So everybody listening, I'm gonna have I'll post my social medias for my Morton's List stuff, my Johnny Bear science fiction stuff. Actually, I am building a current novel. This is my first. I've done science fiction as a genre. I'm working now on a fantasy story of the kind of Tolkienian sense, and specifically addressing the unanswered questions of dwarven culture and society. How do dwarves really reproduce? What do they really do under there? And where does it all fit in the returning age of metal and falling out of the false age of metal, which we're currently in, and dwarves' pivotal role and all that? So I've been working on this story for some time. So that's I'm going to have announcements through my Morton's List channels, and then you'll see it on my various other things. I'm starting to tease that now, because I've been getting asked about it more recently, and I really feel like I have some things that are, feeling a bit more presentable. Finally, that I'm really ready to, feeling more confident that it's not just my own kind of insane delusions that I've been writing down, but actually a story that might be interesting to people. That's kind of what I'm working on with this one, certainly.
That's what's up. That's awesome. Here, so you got some projects on the way. That's amazing.
Oh, always. Yeah, that's what I do.
I tell you this, I'm doing the BeastMaster show every Saturday afternoon for the entire year, like going up till Christmas. Will be my show. And at the end of the year, we're celebrating Carnival Spirit's 10-year anniversary in December. So, like, sometime in November, December, we'd love to have you back for maybe a short cameo to celebrate with us, if you can find time.
Oh, I'd be honored. Yeah, fucking yeah. I love a birthday party. Certainly.
It's going to be a who's who, but with every guest I have, I'm trying to get everyone to come back again for like maybe 2 episodes, because it's unrealistic to think that everyone can show up for the same. But if I have a couple, it'll be cool. And we're going to look back at 10 years of Carnival Spirits, and just like thinking about 20 years of Morton's List, like the past 10 years feels like a lifetime. Scotty Balls and Callie Green, Don Chaos, Panic 17, Roxy, Chauncey, everybody, Jinx, like, these guys are my family,
Oh yeah.
So
the Juggalo world is surprisingly small, and maybe not small is the right word, but connected. I think in that way, it's kind of like the whole thing of it. Just everybody's kind of adjacent to everybody else. At times there's drama, at times there's less. But I mean, this whole thing of kind of people just building. I think this is incredible, kind of community or reality or whatever you want to call it. I think it's been incredibly rewarding.
Yeah, it's our cave plan,
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
What's up, Scotty?
To celebrate 20 years of Morton's List, I only thought it would be right for the giveaway today, when we throw everybody's name on the wall. I had a buddy, he gave me, he had 3 copies of Morton's List. I'm going to put one of them up.
No.
I'm also going to throw in
the
Inner Circle.
Nice.
And I have a quest log somewhere that will go with it too, but I can't find it right at the moment.
Oh, the full trilogy.
It's gonna be the whole fucking bundle, because this game, has had such a huge impact on me, my wife, and it just has created a lot of amazing memories, and still does with the online Morton's List. Whenever I'm able to hop on there, I love popping on there. Have a great time.
Thanks. Yeah, it's fun to host it. It is. It's a different version of Morton's List, but I feel it's it captures the essence of Morton's List, and that's the important part. Definitely, yeah. It's a new platform. It's a new platform for a new age. I mean, we're further in the future, so of course Morton's List should be played on a computer, because everything in the future can happen on a computer. Why not? So.
I mean, a lot of people's excuse why they don't play Morton's List is because they don't have anybody to play with, but you got this platform going now.
Oh, yeah.
No more excuses. Hop on, man. Come check out Morton's List on Twitch. It's a really good time.
Good. And it's really dope that you want to host a quest at the gathering, so I'm down to help you in any way I can.
I want to make up some flyers and, make up Carnival Spirits presents.
Well, I'll do that. I'll definitely do that for you, man. Absolutely. I mean, we're already making flyers, but yeah, we need to add that to the list.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and for real, thank you for submitting the Morton's List bundle for the giveaway. That's amazing.
It's a hell of a giveaway. I mean, yeah, just if it's an indication there are people that maybe aren't all Morton's List people, but just a quick Amazon price check on used copies of Morton's List. You can see what a spectacular prize this is. And to me, I always very kind of feel flattered to see that the game sells for such ridiculous prices, or at least people are willing to charge such ridiculous prices for used copies of our out-of-print, kind of underground, life-changing tome. So it's been it's just kind of wild seeing that the game is valued monetarily so highly, which maybe is a reflection of how much people value it Carnival. So
yeah,
I think that's,
it's priceless to me. So, but having extra copies isn't going to do me any good. This could bring.
You can really only play one copy at a time. You really can.
Yeah. So anybody who doesn't have a copy, definitely throw your name on the wheel.
So that it's official, guys. If you want in on the giveaway, speak up, because we're giving away a copy of Morton's List. It's fucking amazeballs, and I got the wheel all ready to go and everything. And honestly, it's 3:30. The show's going to be over in a half an hour, so this is right on time. Like we're doing the wheel, and I've got a song to play later, but we've got plenty of time to do that. So this has been the best episode. I'm so glad I was able to make it work at an earlier time.
Oh yeah.
Thank you for so flexible, man. Yeah, it's great of you. For real.
Definitely. Oh, it's great, man. It's great. Oh no, yeah, we've met so many times over the past, and then just to kind of see your channel continue to grow and grow, in popularity. And yeah, I got almost 6,000 subscribers, whatever. And then meanwhile, like Morton's List YouTube channel, people that have paid attention actually, the Morton's List YouTube channel has been getting neglected because we've been moving more towards the Twitch channel. Simply subscribers, followers, and interactivity is so much better on Twitch for what Morton's List is. That even a lot of the kind of Table Master kind of ninja announcements that we were doing on the YouTube channel, kind of just wasn't really reaching as many people versus the energy that the Twitch channel seemed like it was better used. But there is, again, this is social medias, but we'll post a link to the Morton's List YouTube channel. But yeah, it's even that, modestly, like we're barely 200 people or whatever. Meanwhile, our Twitch isn't huge, but it's over 100. Have been Twitch affiliated for some time. And but that's always the story of Morton's List, is that we may not have the numbers of Magic the Gathering or Pokemon or other types of games that people enjoy, but the people that play it really get a lot more out of it, I think, than people who play Monopoly or even poker at that level. It's kind of there's a different type of I think outcomes. I think, but
it's more than just one winner too, right? It's not like there's just one winner and everyone else loses.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's right, you win. If you have a fresh time, basically is what it really comes down to. It's were you entertained? Did you do something interesting? Did you have a good conversation? Those are all the things that kind of Morton's List ultimately provides. Did you have a good memory? Remembering some flavor.
Absolutely.
And I will say, if you do win and you're planning on going to the gathering, let me know, because I ain't trying to ship this. I'll bring it with me.
That's really smart.
I'll bring it with me.
You in person.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good idea. All right, so right now I've got C+ Studios, Ghetto Free Show, Ivy Killa, Silent J, and Lotus on the wheel. And I'll put the wheel up on the screen later, but we are officially taking names to win a free copy of Morton's List for the 20th anniversary. And that's not just the game, but also the 360. And you said you had something.
There's a quest log also.
A quest log in the inner circle.
Yeah, it's around here somewhere.
I don't think I have the quest log, but I have the 360 inner circle.
Well, you should certainly get a quest log. Quest log and 360 are available on Amazon at a regular price because they have never been out of print. Because they're continuing, they're POD-based books, which for any aspiring authors out there, learn the ways of POD, do it. It is the future, and you are not beholden to any goddamn publishers and whatever it is that they're trying to get you to do. You can truly publish whatever you want, build an audience, write what you want, and hopefully people will buy it.
Really? That's awesome.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. So let me get the wheel on the screen so you guys can just imagine your name on the wheel. You want to win a free copy of Morton's List. And right now it's going to be one of these guys. Or it could be you. But, we're going to, so really in closing, I always play one of my songs, one of my BeastMasteR songs. And the way that we do that is, of course, we spin a wheel. So here's that wheel. And I've been doing this all year long. I actually have enough songs where I have enough songs for every Saturday of the year. I check them off after we're done. So, sometimes I have a fixed, song I need to play for the week. For example, when it's Friday the 13th coming up, I got a song called Fear of Friday the 13th. So I'm saving that one. So I think that's coming up. But this week, we're going to spin this bitch. and see what happens. All right, here we go. All right. Make It Out Alive. This is a dope song. This is not one of my songs. This is one of those tracks that I was invited to be on when I was rapping with the Hightown Records crew back in 2008. So this might have came out in 2009, but it was from Infinity's one of Infinity's albums. That's B Loco and 6X, and then they got me on the third verse, and so the song is dope, and I'm proud of my bars on this verse. Actually, you know, I think I really came hard. If I do say so myself, I think I came pretty hard on this track. It's not my song, but it's like I was like, this is a feature, you know, and I didn't do many features because I'm very humble. I don't actually see myself as like this, you know, rap god or anything, but these guys, you know, love Dear Joe and Joey, and, you know, they did mad shows, and I needed experience performing, and they needed a studio to record in, so we helped each other, and we made mad mixtapes, we did mad shows, I put out mad flyers, I did all the graphic design, I designed all the mixtape artwork. It was a good time. It was a nice era, and so this is a nice memento from that time. This is a track I'm proud of. I feel like I contributed to the song. You know what I mean? I don't think I'm the weak link at all. I mean, I think we all, you know, sound pretty good on it. But shout out to B Loco and 6X. You know what I mean? I will pull that track up. And again, it's not too late. You guys want to get in on the wheel? Jill, I'll put you on the wheel. All right. And anyone else watching? 17 live viewers. Definitely any one of you could win a copy of Morton's List right now. All you got to do is holla. Holla. All right. I just uploaded the wheel, so Jill's on there. Now I'm just going to pull up the song, Make It Out Alive, and I'll prep that, and, you know, we'll get ready. And again, I want to thank you, Tall Jess, for being a fantastic special guest and celebrating this momentous anniversary, and just you know, for lending us your time and chopping it up with me, man. It's been a lot.
It's great to be here. Great to be here. It's incredible. Also, to circle back to an earlier concept, apparently the $6 requirement should be $9.20 is the current adjusted for inflation Morton's List cash amount. Well, yeah, so not quite 10 yet. So, but yeah, basically, yeah, the ninja with $10 on hand, you're definitely in the right direction, because that pretty much adjusts. Apparently, what $6 could buy before is about what $10 can buy today. But, oh, great show! It's incredible to be here. I'm just, again, so much karma and flavor at this 20-year kind of, you know, anniversary, whatever you want to call it, you know, birthday celebration, whatever. And so, because, you know, so many of the ninjas kind of from the early days have kind of been circling back. You know, it's kind of, I think a lot of, you know, it's always I think a very human feeling, you know, kind of like, you know, 20 years has passed, and what does it mean? You know, kind of, you know, who was I 20 years ago? Who am I today? And what has happened in the time between those two, you know, kind of beings? And so to me, that, you know, it's been kind of wild, a little bit scary, actually. I think I don't know if that's, you know, maybe you need a better word than that, but it's kind of what, you know, it's got me feeling some kind of way, definitely. That, you know, it's you know, 20 fucking years. It's like, what is that? What is that? You know, what happened? You know, could it have been better? Could it have been worse? Could it have been different? Was it as fresh as possible? You know, and this kind of thing. But at the same time, you know, we are all powerless to change the past. All we can control is how we think about it. And so, kind of, you know, within that, you know, it's been extremely reflective. You know, that I've really been reflecting and, you know, finding the meaning, finding the deeper patterns. And definitely finding what that means for the next 20 years, or the next year, even. You know, kind of what does any of this mean? Well, thank you, Mary Jane Monarch. I don't know if I know you well enough to love you too, but I love that you love this guy.
There we go. I'm back.
You just kind of disappeared.
My browser crashed. I knew you guys would.
And then I don't know if Mary Jane Mark, is she on the list for to try to win a copy of Morton's List?
I'll put Mary Jane on the list. Absolutely.
She seems to be a big fan, so I think she should definitely get on the list.
Hell yeah, Mary Jane's the shit. I'm putting you on the wheel. Oh no.
Oh, it's Tara. Oh, hello, Tara. Okay, yeah, I know Tara. Hell yeah.
I gotta repopulate the wheel because my browser crashed. So I gotta start from scratch, putting everybody on the wheel.
I hate when that happens. Yeah, I run into that a little bit. Yeah, I use a version of Studio OBS, and then part of it is browser based. Yeah, so basically, yeah, so I make my.
All right, I'll do it while you guys can watch. So give you guys something to watch while we're chopping it up. But yeah, this is really the home stretch. You know, we're gonna wrap up the show at 4. I'll play the 5-minute song. We'll find out who's gonna win a copy of Morton's List, and then we'll call it a night. And then I'm heading up to New Hampshire to see Shaggy, BG Mac, DJ Clay, Mad Max, Reverend Television, a bunch of other people. It's gonna be dope.
Oh, should be a hell of a show.
Yeah, Lethal Weekend 4.
Nice. Yeah, no, you can really see it. Like they're really trying to get sharp, I think, pre-gathering, you know, so it's like any opportunity to like, you know, kind of get on stage again, you know, kind of get in front of people again. Because I mean, yeah, it's gotta be kind of fucking weird, you know, taking that time away from your crafts. You know, I mean, really, definitely, you know, I would describe what they do as a craft. I mean, you know, again, going back to 20 years, I think about what I've really noticed, you know, and again, this is maybe my own obsession, but just think about the evolution of the Fago skills from earlier shows, and then now to see how Joe and Joey can wield a Fago bottle with the level of expertise that no human, I think, no human has done that for 20 years, you know, kind of throwing, or 25 years, actually way longer. Yeah, because I'm thinking about the dawn of Fago. My point is that, you know, kind of from the earlier Fago technique and to now, you know, see what they can do, where you can basically, in one single effort, to shake, decap, and launch a Fago bottle like a fucking Fago wizard, just like launching fireballs, you know, just like, you know, in a way that you don't learn that in 5 years of throwing Fago, or even 10 years of throwing Fago. You got to throw Fago for 20 years to reach that level of mastery like the clowns have attained, you know, and I think that is truly impressive, and a real dedication to a high level of artistry that few other bands, you know, really encapsulate in a way that they do.
Oh yeah,
absolutely. Great performance art.
Oh yeah, true performance.
All right, who else here? Anime hip hop head, you went on this giveaway? I don't know. I see all the other comments are from Mary Jane. DC. What you got? Love watching Shaggy. We're going to Fago Wizard 5K Fagos. Those 3 Fagos today. I actually had a Fago yesterday thanks to Ghetto Freak Show. Handed me a Rockin' Rye.
That is in fact my favorite flavor.
Nice. Yeah, it's great. It's I don't go out of my way. I mean, we never had Fago back in the day, you know. I remember when I was in college in 2000, one of my friends was from Detroit, so he knew I was into ICP and Fago, and he brought me back like 17 2-liter bottles of Fago. And
this is like a full case. Yeah.
This kid was skinny, so he like broke his back with this like duffel bag just to give me 17 bottles of variety of 2 liters, and it was great. I had this bar, and I had all these Fagos lined up. It was the shit. This was back in 2000 when you couldn't buy Fago in Massachusetts, not ever.
Oh yeah, it was very regional for years. I mean, yeah, I've only even recently started to see it, you know, here in my neighborhood, and it's like, you know, but yeah, for a while it just didn't even exist. It's like, they're like regional distribution only for the longest time.
Hell yeah! All right, well I'll put you on the wheel. It's just right. All right. Anybody else? Strangles TV, you down? Cotton candy for cherry pie. Last week's episode was the shit. Thank you very much. I swear every week is the shit. I'm just having a lot of fun. I mean, you know, I'll let you know when one of these don't work out, because so far it's just, I'm having a blast, you know?
Oh, that's how you know it's working. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, I mean, I feel that right about, you know, my own Twitch channel. You know, that if you're hosting it and it's not fun, or it feels like a chore or something, you know, then you're not doing it right. You know,
because I was doing Saturday live streams for like a couple of years under a different title, and it started to become a chore. So I had to take a break, you know.
Oh yeah, you can't let it be a chore.
Yeah, it's but I think I must have done like somewhere up to close to 200 episodes, you know. So to say that this is just episode 33 of the BeastMaster show, it's more like, you know, 183, you know, or something crazy like that. If you really want to count all the live streams I've done on Saturday afternoon, but it's just rebranded, same poor shit. Yeah, I just like to have fun, man. Like, but I mean it. Like at the end of the year, we want to go all out for our 10th anniversary. We get a lot of plans, a lot of surprises, maybe some merch drop. You know, because we got a lot of crazy talent like Lakeland Lunacy in our corner. But I'll ask you again what we talked about earlier, and you were advertising this at the Gathering 2 years ago. You know, if you're doing illustrations in the style of Quest for Shangri-La, I'd love to purchase a portrait from you. It would be dope.
Oh yeah, definitely talk about that. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and you know, I don't know if anyone else is looking for that, but that's an awesome hustle, because you got the talent, and I'm a mega fan of the Juggalo arts, you know, and I'm always supporting the artists, Dead Canvas, you know, I mean the artists, like the painters, the illustrators, the drawers, all that. I love it, man, because that's my passion. I just real visual guy, and I think that's what my next step is after making my next album, and after completing the BeastMaster shows this season. I'm going to start moving into more of visual arts and illustration and comics and possibly animation. So that's what I have my goal set on right there.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, I love all that stuff. It's definitely it's you know, kind of an obsession. Yeah, I've done, you know, at this point I've definitely lost track, but I mean, yeah, portraiture, people that want to be, you know, portraited in the Quest for Shangri-La style. You know, I've done, you know, tons of those, and I, you know, definitely always welcome, you know, anybody who wants to kind of, you know, be sort of added to the Dark Carnival, you know, kind of, you know, portrait family in the Quest for Shangri-La style. You know, I mean, I'm all about it. Hit me up, definitely. I mean, I've done, and I still do, costumes actually for people that want, you know, various types of clown suits. Specifically, there's kind of a Raglan style sparkly jumpsuit, of which a good example you can see on the Bootlegged in LA show. Okay. Actually, it's that type of, the stage clowns. And a lot of the early shows, I'd say probably like the first, definitely like this era, like kind of like, you know, like kind of the eras that we're talking about, you know, kind of the kind of like 2000, 2006 or 7 kind of era. I was doing quite a few costumes for their stage shows. So pretty much any of the sparkly kind of suits that you can see for the helper clowns, they since have gone into, again, not to say anything against them, but they have since gone into more mass-produced, lower cost, less artistically complex clown suits in the meantime. But at that time, they're actually being made, you know, by hand, by me, for a lot of those earlier shows. And so, I mean, the thing we ran into, though, you know, it's always been an issue, is that the suits are always getting lost, destroyed, or stolen. You know, so actually make like these like nice dope suits with like, you know, individual flavor. Like I mean, one was like a Wayne County Jail sparkly clown suit. It was orange with like Wayne County Jail on the side and like a collar, but like a, you know, a scary clown mask. You know, so flavor like that. But they're like, each one is unique. So then, yeah, people that are, and then too many different thoughts. But yeah, so, you know, kind of doing all that stuff. You know, I've done clown suits. Actually, ninjas reach out to me sometimes. Like, yeah, fucking, you know, I'm a ninja and I want a fresh, you know, purple fucking riddle box, you know, or for purple great Malenko fucking clown suit. You know, and I'm always helping to work with ninjas to realize their visions of the Dark Carnival. You know what I mean? I definitely, you know, in a sense that, you know, creating for the Dark Carnival. That's through Quest for Shangri-La illustrations or kind of clown suits or all these kind of things that are adjacent to that world. I'm always extremely excited to bring those things into reality. Certainly.
Hell yeah.
And then Strangles TV says, where can they contact Tall Jess? The easiest way is through the Morton's List social media. You can go to basically Instagram, Morton's List. And basically, that's our official Morton's List. You'll see it there. Drop us a DM, and I read all that stuff personally because there's no corporate bullshit here. I get it all directly. We do not have an impersonal admin staff trying to deflect any of that flavor. So you can definitely find me that way. I'm pretty easy to find on the internet through my social medias, specifically at Instagram. It's probably the best bet, or of course through Twitch.
All right, nice. So that's definitely dope. If you're not following Morton's List Official on Twitch or Instagram, get on that and maybe even participate in a future stream. The reason I can't join all the time is because I am a morning crew worker and I have a bedtime. But I just by chance was able to join a couple of streams with you because it was my day off the next day. I didn't have to get up before the sun for my shift. So I was able to stay up late and participate, which was really fun, and I want to do it again. So it's all about time.
Great. Yeah, definitely. Yes, yeah. The time is kind of the tricky part, because even too, consider we have ninjas in Australia that want to play.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. And you're kind of, and then some people are like late night people. Some people are, obviously people have to get up in the morning, and so trying to start it early but not too early, and so that's kind of what you kind of doing this 8 to 10 window. But not to say that there could be better windows, or even if maybe 6 to 8 on some days could make more sense for people. We could talk about something like that easily. It's all very flexible, definitely. So
exactly. That's the beautiful thing. You can do these streams at any time, and if you make time and you coordinate, make anything happen,
Oh yeah, exactly.
So we got a little over 10 minutes left before the top of the hour. I don't know where Scotty Balls is, but that's okay. I'm just going to play us out with a BeastMaster track, Make It Out Alive, Me and Infinity. After the song, I will spin the wheel. Someone will win a copy of Morton's List, and then we'll wrap it up and call it a day. Scotty's here. I see you, bro. And thank you again for the donation of the game, and that's just mighty generous and makes this so super fresh that someone is going to win a copy of Morton's List in about 10 minutes or even less, like 7 minutes. All right, cool. And again, Tall Jess, thank you, brother. It's been a blast, and I can't wait to to further quest with you and see where it goes.
Oh, so much karma, brother. Yeah, it's incredible to be here. It's just shocking to think about 20 years of time kind of all at once. And I think it's a testament, that this many quests have happened, this many people have played, and really nothing that disastrous has really happened to anybody. And I think that says a lot about for all the things that Morton's List contains, that people play with enough responsibility and enough kind of self-awareness that even if something does fly off the rails, that nobody has publicly blamed Morton's List for anything bad happening to them. And so to me, I think that's kind of a little bit exciting to think about. That there's been so many opportunities for disaster, as you might imagine, with a game like this. And I think it says a lot about I think the people who have played and the power of the karma of what the game has tried to do. That nobody has really really blamed anybody, for example.
But that's a good point, because there are a million examples of blame being cast on video games and all sorts of shit. So it's for Morton's List to go completely unscathed with any accusations is remarkable.
yeah, exactly. No, it is. It's just kind of sinking in now, because I'm it's almost like if it hasn't happened yet, is it ever going to happen? But of course, that's you never want to think that. But I think it's incredible that that it has gone this well, and the people that have played, it's been so positive for people and so little negative. And I think that is, really says a lot about, both the people who play and the game itself, definitely.
I think now is the time when we need to knock on wood.
Exactly. Right. Fingers crossed and all that, but we'll see.
So fun. So, hey, Strangles TV, it looks like we'll see you at the gathering. I definitely will see you. If you see me in this hairdo, come holler at me. I have a hard time recognizing and remembering people, but just remind me what your name is, and yeah, we'll kick it. And Scotty, same with you. If you don't recognize me, look for the hairdo, and yeah, we'll camp together. It'll be awesome.
So are you gonna with your Viking look? Are you taking it next level? Are you gonna get scalp tattoos, like some fresh runes? It kind of seems like that could you're headed that direction. It feels like a little bit.
That's awesome that you would ask me that, because straight up, that is the long-term goal.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I asked. I could sense it exactly.
I have a buddy who got an infinity symbol tattooed right on his head, and later on grew his hair out. You can't even see it. So I've seen it work. And I've got really thick hair that isn't going anywhere. Like, my grandfather died with a full thick head of hair, and
nice. Yeah, mine too. Knock on wood.
I think I am definitely headed towards head tattoo territory. I don't know how soon in the future, but yeah, maybe when I come out with a Viking rap album, it just might be the perfect time to hit the stage.
Hell yeah.
With the full
I can see it. I can definitely see it. Hell yeah. Awesome.
That's just that might be a pipe dream fantasy, of rejuvenating a rap career that never really started. Do
it because you love it, man. Do it because you love it. That's the only reason you can do anything.
Exactly. But yeah, thank you everybody in the chat, and everybody obviously appreciates you. So much love all around. You're going to introduce some games to your 17-year-old this year. That's what's up. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
You guys are going to have a blast. We are all going to have a blast. And start with shaved runes.
Oh, for your scalp design?
I've got a lot of ideas, but yeah, I got a lot of tattoo ideas in general, like all over.
I was going to say, real quick note to DC-17. Just keep in mind, be ready to explain to your 17-year-old what a VHS tape is, which may show up at some point in a quest description in Morton's list, as there are a few references to now completely obsolete technologies. Although every quest stands and continues to stand to this day, but some of the technological specifics definitely are very, very out of date and more so by the year, which is pretty funny actually. But that's otherwise I think it'll be devastating. I'm definitely actually very interested to hear about how it goes with your 17-year-old.
That's how you know it's 20 years old.
Yeah, exactly. Things that existed 20 years ago that you can't really find today, or just aren't really what they used to. Oh yeah, no, there's 1-800 numbers, mentions of the web pages, like just shit that people don't really use anymore, as it's been replaced by other channels entirely.
Right, that's wicked funny.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, hey, again, thank you very much, and Scotty, I'm gonna play the song of the week now, and then we'll find out who won that game.
Oh hell yeah!
Let's do it. All right. So, take it out alive. Again, this is Infinity featuring me. I'm on the third verse, so enjoy.
I don't know, and I hope so, but I don't think that you're gonna make it out alive. Step it further in the darkness, caution the ties and survive in the darkness. Ascend to the halls when I take it to the back. We got forgiven of the creatures that just want to attack. In love with the pathway, and there'll be danger. Walls bleeding and breathing, don't even make it stranger. Stuck up in the maze and the maze of escape. I'm leaving the past, so they call me a savior. Right this way, and it's all that they fashion. No cuts of pass and the bar to the back. And the steep is a passion, talk with an action. And if you're gonna make it out, you better match it. I'm done with the sound of the cold and the cold, and the ghost disappeared and returned to his home. Done with a gone, but that's all of a bit lost in this tragic contraption. Survivors looking grim, so I don't know, and I hope so, but I don't think that you're gonna make it out alive. I don't know, and I hope so, but I don't think that you're gonna make it out alive. Gotta make it out alive, realize my eyes are open wide, 'cause they still on the prize of a mortal soul that's about to die. Enter my portal, When the door slips shut, down like a big shit for lock your plug. So don't follow the leader, the path that he goes in the tracks to the reaper. I don't know, and I hope so, but I don't think that you're gonna make it out alive. I don't know, and I hope so, but I don't think that you're gonna make it out alive. Keep the bucket, no use in fighting. Shot blind, doesn't everything look good writing all seeing eye, no place to hide. You won't make it out at all, never mind alive. Fighting to survive if you got quick feet, but if you didn't by now, you'd be mincemeats. Chance of escape is slim to none. The chain reaction has begun. You gotta run through the gauntlet quick into a riddle. The window of opportunity lies through this little, and the only alternative is an eternity. Suffering the pains of death for infinity. Duck down a shortcut, drop through a trapdoor. It's like flipping the hourglass over. Getting that grave doesn't happen often. Grim Reaper slaps the final nail in your coffin. I don't know, and I hope so, but I don't think that you're gonna make it out alive. I don't know, and I hope so, but I don't think that you're gonna make it out alive. I don't know, and I hope so, but I don't think that you're gonna make it out alive. I don't know, and I hope so, but I don't think that you're gonna make it out alive.
Hell yeah. Oops. Let's close that window. That was Make It Out Alive by Infinity, featuring your boy, BeastMasteR. Scotty, you got to unmute yourself because you muted yourself. And I want to thank you guys again for hanging with me.
Great afternoon. Great afternoon. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, guys. Scotty, you got anything, closing remarks before we spin this wheel?
Just thank you to Tall Jess. You know, what else can I say? You know, thank you.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Definitely.
Everything that you continue to do. It's been a pleasure. Always a pleasure talking with you. You're very fascinating to hear stories from, and you know, it's a great pleasure.
Oh, appreciate it. Just trying to embody, I think, what this idea of Morton's List is. As kind of as best I can, and seeing what happens next. And that is the promise of any quest. So hell yeah.
That's right.
All right. Well, with that being said, it is almost the top of the hour. Let's find out who won a copy of Morton's List today.
Hell yeah! Is there like a side bets? Do people do side bets during this portion of the game? I missed that part. I didn't know.
That might have happened one time. You know, maybe someone was like betting that they thought they knew who was going to win, but because there's been a few people who have won more than once. Honestly, I don't know. These wheels, they just do their own thing.
Yeah, definitely the digital wheels. I've seen them do some crazy shit, definitely. So.
But someone on this wheel is going to win. So here you go. We're going to find out right now. All right, spinning it. Ooh. Ninja with a
pencil.
Ninja with a pencil.
Hell yeah, man. Congratulations.
Are you
Ninja with a pencil? Your fresh pencil was too fresh. You're getting fucking paid with a sealed copy of Morton's List and 2 peripheral books. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
That's fucking awesome, man. Congratulations. I know Scotty wants you to go to the gathering. He doesn't want to send Morton's List to Canada. But we'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
In other words, get your ass to the gathering.
Yeah, we've run into that. Yeah, occasionally ninjas from Canada reach out and they're like, hey, is there some way I can get a copy of Morton's List? And it's like, oh, fucking Canada. It's so hard to mail anything to Canada. Fuck.
Did this comment show up before I spun the wheel? Did you just call it?
I think it was a little bit after, personally. It looked like the wheel got spun, but it's tricky because we're not seeing we're seeing it as it happens, and there's a slight delay for the people on the out there on the internet. So I don't know, but it looked like it was around the same time. But it's possible.
I feel like I think he just might have won the side bet. Yes, she claims it. He nailed it. He called it.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, we're seeing the events a little bit differently because of the lag. But yeah.
Wow. All right.
Wow,
I don't
your
know.
your psychic abilities are advanced. Fucking, you need to harness those psychic powers for something more I don't know, self-enriching perhaps.
I know that's crazy. I got a superpower. It's being able to predict the winner of the BeastMaster show every weekend.
That is a power. That's definitely a power.
Good shit. But all right, so I'm not gonna drag this out. I actually have a dope ass show to go to, so I'm gonna clean it up. And, but thanks again for your time, and everybody else, thank you. Next week we'll be back at the normal regular time, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard. So we'll do it all over again. All right, Scotty Balls, Tall Jess, thank you guys. Everybody else, peace the fuck out. Oh, and always remember to fuck the fuck off, motherfuckers.